Sorry about that. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, hi, hello, and welcome to this stream. It is I, your armored VTuber Ryushin, then Salaman by the armored VTuber and armored fighter by Neto whenever my work schedules allow me. Welcome to actually a rather special edition of the stream. A very special edition because we're gonna be doing something really new today, and I think this is something that I don't know if people have already done this on stream on Twitch ever, but I think I am the first one. I think. Hopefully I'm the first one, you know, that would be cool if I am the first one who's gonna be doing this series. So yeah, we're gonna be doing something really interesting today. A very hopefully unique and interesting in terms of games, because this is a game that is, let me just do that. Let me do this. So anyway, this is too energetic for me. Let's do this one instead. All right. So yeah, we're gonna be doing something very interesting today, because you see, what we're gonna be doing today is probably the first time that it's been done on Twitch. Not really sure about that though, but let's ready up some things here. But anyway, here's what we're going to do today. We're gonna be doing a session 0 of something really interesting. You know? We're gonna be doing a session 0 of something that is quite unique, I say, in the tabletop role-playing game streaming sphere. Because again, I'm not really sure, but this might be the first time that this has been done on stream. And I might be the very first person who will be doing this. But if not, that's perfectly fine as well. I don't, you know, I don't aim to, well, I don't really like pressure myself to be the first. But if it is the first on Twitch ever, that'll be very interesting. But anyway, what we're gonna be doing today is we're gonna play a tabletop role-playing game. Not just a tabletop role-playing game. We're gonna be doing a solo tabletop role-playing game. What do you mean by that? Let me explain you a little bit about tabletop role-playing games, right? So, you know D&D? A lot of people know D&D, right? A lot of people know and even play D&D. Even if you don't play tabletop role-playing games, you actually know what D&D is. It's a tabletop role-playing game that has a group of players and a dungeon master that describes the worlds, the characters, role plays them, and also role plays the monsters that the heroes, the players, and their characters will face throughout the adventure. It's basically role playing and collaborative storytelling. But what's different than with this stream that we're going to be doing today, you might ask? Very interesting. You see, usually, typically in a D&D session or any tabletop role-playing game session, most of them, you would have the players and the dungeon master. The players are multiple. It could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there is one dungeon master. And basically, what happens is the dungeon master describes the situation, the people that they meet, the place that they are in, and even the monsters that they face or dangers that they face around. And the players will tell the dungeon master what to do, and the dungeon master will tell them if they needed to roll dice to determine the success or failure. And the player are gonna be rolling dice for their character, and they're gonna be adding bonuses on top of the dice result that they roll. Basically, specialties, abilities, and skills that is unique for their character and for their class or their race. And the result would be put against the difficulty number that the rating of difficulty. It's a basically a number that the dungeon master determines. Now, if the character or the player rolled higher than the difficulty number that the dungeon master set, whatever they're trying to do will be successful. If they roll lower, whatever they're trying to do will fail. And that will be basically the gameplay loop of Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop role playing games in general. There are many rules, many systems out there that are either derivative of Dungeons and Dragons or very different from Dungeons and Dragons, like Call of Cthulhu, Pathfinder, so on and so forth. But basically, the concept is the same. There is a dungeon master that describes the players, the world that they're in, and describes things for the players to imagine. Their characters are in, and the players have their characters that they roleplay, and they roleplay accordingly to what the dungeon master describes. They're gonna be telling the dungeon master what their characters are doing, or what they decided to do, the skills that they use, magic that they cast, so on and so forth. So that's basically how it goes. But you see, this stream is different. We're gonna be doing a solo tabletop role-playing game. What's that mean? That means that I am the player and the dungeon master at the same time. Basically, what we're going to do is we're gonna play a tabletop role-playing game all by ourselves. What does that mean? We're gonna be controlling a character. We're gonna be, as a matter of fact, session zero's today's session is all about session zero. Means we're just gonna be looking over the rules, make sure we understood them, and we're gonna also be creating our very first character using the system that we're gonna be learning today, the tabletop role-playing game system that we're gonna be playing with today. So this is session zero. So we're gonna be learning the rules and creating the character today. And after that, we're gonna be doing the very first session of this adventure that we're gonna be embarking all by ourselves. The main draw here, the main thing about this thing that we're gonna be doing today, or we're gonna be doing in the in the upcoming weeks, even months, depending on how long the adventure we have, is to play a tabletop role-playing game all by ourselves. That's what we're gonna be doing. Why do it? Why all by ourselves? Why not I play with a group? Well, that makes it different. That makes it unique. I'm gonna be playing this all by myself, but that doesn't mean that you, the chat, cannot participate. You can, you see, the way that the solo tabletop role-playing game system goes is most of the time to determine any random stuff. They're gonna be random stuff that we'll be encountering, and we don't know what will happen. We don't know what we'll encounter. We don't know what kind of characters and even monsters that we'll be speaking with. We don't know the items, the treasure that we're gonna be coming across, or even conflicts and dangers that we're gonna be facing. We don't know. Now, usually the dungeon master determines that. The dungeon master either already has like a prepped adventure for us that already has all of the things that needed for the players to know. Usually the dungeon master already have that. But with this role-playing game, this solo role-playing game, what we're going to do is we're gonna roll dice. We actually have these tables called the Oracle. And what the Oracle does is it lists down a table of possibilities that we can have depending on the situation, depending on what we need. And we're going to be rolling a dice, and whenever the number of the dice that the dice would show will determine what we're going to get from the Oracle. The Oracle is basically what will give us this randomness and variables that we needed for our adventure to work. Usually the dungeon master does that, but the thing is, we are also the dungeon master as well. You may ask, would that actually affect our adventure? Would we actually know ahead of time what is going on? No. That's actually what the Oracle does. Even I don't know what will happen. The Oracle itself will determine what will happen. So even I don't know what will happen. And what we're going to do is basically we're going to roll on the Oracle tables, and from there we can just basically improv the fuck out of whatever the Oracle gives us, basically. So that's how it goes. The Oracle gives us something, and we're gonna be determining what we're going to do with whatever the Oracle gives us, based on what we think would be the closest interpretation of what the Oracle wanted to tell us or wanted to give us. Because most of the oracles that we'll be getting are, some of them would gonna be giving, would give like a word or a phrase that we need to use, basically. So what we're gonna be doing is rolling a lot on these tables to determine the variables, the things that we don't know what will happen or we don't know what we'll get. Whether it's items, monsters, traps, even NPCs, characters, and whatnot, we will gonna be determining that all with the dice. And I'm gonna show you a cool thing later that I made. Well, I didn't really made it, but I set it up. This is a very cool thing that I set up. And this is something that I might be using in the near future with other tabletop role-playing games that I'm gonna be planning in the future. But basically, we're gonna have the dice. It's all set up. We already have that, and gonna be playing this solo tabletop role-playing game. But again, I did mention solo, but that doesn't mean that you, chat, cannot participate. As a matter of fact, I highly encourage you to like explore this system with me. Give me some ideas and whatnot, because this is an improvisation game. A lot of the things that the Oracle would give are very, very vague in nature, and what we need to do is to come up with some ways to make it make sense to what's going on currently with the story and how we would link it to the story, basically. So that's what will happen. So we're gonna be doing a lot of thinking, a lot of improvisation with this, and as I mentioned, this is a solo tabletop role-playing game, but that doesn't mean that you cannot participate. As a matter of fact, I highly encourage you to participate with me. Play with me, if you will. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and play it, shall we? See, here's what we're going to play today. We're going to play a system that is very interesting. It's a very interesting tabletop role playing game system because of its simplicity. Uh, but it also provides us a lot more flexibility for things that we can play around in terms of the world, the characters, and whatnot. Because it has a lot of like features to provide you with almost everything that you need in terms of tabletop role playing games, playing it solo. And what's special about this system and the rule system, it is for free. The creator Sean Tompkin actually provides this material for free, and the only paid thing about it is if you wanted a printed version of this system, that's the time that you can pay for a printed version of this game. Let me just move my PM screen here. Just give me one moment. Yeah, there you go. It should be good. And here's what we're going. Here's what we'll actually play if it shows up. Ironsworn. This is the title. This is the title of the system that we are gonna be using. This is basically a. Actually, you know what? Let me just do something here. Give me one moment. Let me just hide this first. Let's see if I can. I want to actually set up. I wanted to actually maybe use a more appropriate, a more appropriate music for this. Just to not matching. Needed to. Okay. Think. Okay, I think this would be good. Let me just turn this off. And also, Mike, hey, hello, hello, welcome to the stream. And go ahead, you can just lurk there, but if you want, you can also chat. Because this is something that I highly encourage the chat to join along, because this is something that we needed to think a lot to actually work. And I can only do so much. I will try my best, but I can only do so much. But anyway, then. Okay. All right. So anyway, this is how we will do it. Okay. We'll just go ahead and lock these. So basically, this is what we're gonna be playing today: is Ironsworn. This is a tabletop role-playing game system created by Sean Tompkin. Uh, and as I mentioned earlier, this is designed. This is a flexible system, but it's primarily designed and conceptualized to work as a solo tabletop role-playing game system. Uh, this system is more on the side of of low magic, fantasy than high magic fantasy. From what I've read so far, this system is basically created with inspirations from Viking mythology and Scandinavian Celtic culture. So the magic system for this system is low magic. That means it, people don't cast magic all the time. And as a matter of fact, if you are capable of magic spells or you can cast magic, you are actually considered a very special individual that can bend the reality to their will because of their ability to cast magic, which is something that not everyone can do. So that is basically this is basically what we're gonna be playing today, and we're gonna just gonna take it easy. Where is the play kit? So basically, this is Ironsworn, a tabletop RPG of Perilous Quest by Sean Tompkin. So I think what we can do first is before we make a character, what we can do is to explore the rule set or the rules, the basic dice rules for this system. So I have the play kit here. So this has the play kit includes the character sheet, the rules reference, the moves reference, which uh we're gonna be learning later. We have also the progress tracks. We have the oracles worksheet. I did actually say that we're gonna be using a lot of oracles. And the map of the Ironlands. And by the way, we're gonna be playing this on the book setting, which is this continent called the Ironlands. So we're gonna be playing this game in that setting, the setting that the book actually provides. That comes along with it. I mean, so this is the play kit. This includes everything that we needed to actually run and play Ironsworn, and the most important thing here is the rule summary. Now we do have the rules here, but it's actually a little bit yeah, actually a little bit long. But we still need to keep this this book here just for reference. So if we have like anything that we needed to look up and whatever, we can look it up real quick in more detail. We can look it up and see the rules in more detail because this one the rule summary it's only the summary of the system itself. It doesn't have the full information or the more detailed information. At least we have the rule book. We can look up more information about the rule set. We're gonna be using this as well. Actually, we're gonna be using this a lot for character creation. Now, here's the thing, though. I would admit that this is basically the first time that kind of I'm gonna be delving into this further. I did actually try to research a little bit about the rule set, just a little bit, just a tiny little bit, just to uh just to have a little bit of an idea of how the system works. Just a tiny little bit. But don't you worry, we're gonna be exploring this rules as we go along. All right, we're gonna learn together basically. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and check on this rules summary. And I'm gonna be explaining this as the best that I can with the best of understanding that I had with the system when I was researching about it. So basically, we're gonna be learning together, but at the same time, I will try to explain it a little bit more in detail uh, with the things that I learned. Also, sorry about that. I was closing some windows. Um, but anyway, here we go. Just give me one moment here. Actually, while we're doing this, how are you guys? How are you? How's your week? It's been a while. I had to take some time off, but that'll be good. I'm good. I'm good. Anyway, here we go. Let me see. Okay, so this is the rules summary for Ironsworn. They're gonna be the rules that we're gonna be using, and we're gonna be referencing this rule summary every now and then if we needed to review some things about the rules. Again, I do have the full book here, but this one is very handy to just know the rules, the basic idea of the rules itself. To at least play the game. I think that this is something that a player that is playing the system for the first time has on their hand, that is giving out or handed out, uh, so that they can have like a quick reference on how the rules work. All right, but we're gonna be delving more into the basic rules if we can. All right. So these are the rules for Ironsworn. First off, we have moves. When you do something or encounter a situation with a scope of a move, refer to the move and follow its instructions to see what happens. When a move's name is referenced with the rules by another move, you'll see it as italicized text. So basically, what moves are actions that you have an option to take. Now you see there are what we call assets here. Oh, let me just show first the journal. We have here the Ironsworn journal, which would provide us with a tracking system. These are the moves. So basically, the whole idea is whenever we try to do something, we will need to perform a move. Now, that move has a description. The description would actually tell you if that move is appropriate to actually perform once the requirements or the prerequisites or requirements are met. So for example, face danger. You can use this move when you attempt at something risky or react to an imminent threat. So whenever you are trying to do something that has a chance of failure, or if you're reacting to a hostile situation, for example, or an imminent threat or an imminent danger, you can use face danger to determine if you're gonna be successful or you're gonna be unsuccessful on what you're trying to do. So it has these instructions on how to determine that, which we're gonna be doing that later. But this is basically moves. So they're basically actions that you can take, and they have different requirements for them to be able to be to for them to be usable on a situation. And each move has a his own description on how we would be able to determine if we succeed or we fail on that particular move, and what will happen basically based on the degree of success or failure that we will have. So that is the moves. And as it said here, when you do something or encounter a situation within the scope of the move, that is the requirements for the move, refer to the move and follow its instruction to see what happens. When a move's name is referenced within the rules or by another move, you'll see an italicized text. So if it is connected with another move, you would see that part as italicized. So that's basically what the move does. What moves are, right? So let's just say that you're trying to heal another character. You're trying to treat wounds of another character, or to stabilize them, or to make sure that they last longer in battle, or to provide first aid. So that's gonna be heal. So as you can see here, when you treat an injury or ailment, roll plus wit. So it will just give you an instruction on what you need to roll for that move. And what will happen if you rolled a particular number, if you got a strong hit or a weak hit, which is what we're going to be talking about later. We're going to talk about the hits later, and success or failures later. So you either something happens when you do a strong hit, you do a weak hit, or a miss. Hit is not like attacking hit, all right? We're going to be explaining that later. It's a degree of success or failure, basically. That's what a hit is called in this system. That's what a hit means in this system. So we're going to be doing that later. We're going to be exploring that later. So those are moves. So the action roll. The action roll is roll your action die, which is a d6, and a challenge die, which is a 2d10. Now, speaking of dice, here's what I have. Let me just give me one quick moment, because this is very, very cool. I'm actually happy that this is working. You see, do we have dice? We have dice. So we have different types of dice that we are using for this. We have the D4s, a D6, a D6 the conventional. We even have a flip coin. We have the D8, D10, percentile dice, the tens. We have this is the D10, and this is the D20. Yeah, this is a D10. This is a D100. This is a D12, and this is a D20. And here's the fun part. You can actually roll them on the table. That is so cool. We can actually roll them on the table. Oh, just give me one moment. Let me just make sure this is neat. See what I can do here, because it cuts off for some reason. See if I can do this. Okay, we're gonna do it maximum here. All right. So we do have a way to actually look on the dice. We have a dice on the screen that we can roll. I don't know if the numbers show here. There should be a number underneath, but I'm not sure why it doesn't show. Wait, I don't think that it shows then. Okay, I guess we'll just leave it at that. But anyway, as I mentioned, we do have a dice roll. The dice roller here. And what's cool about it is you can actually see it on screen and it's 3D. So it's cool. And as I mentioned, this is something that I might use. This is something that I might use in the near future whenever I run D&D games, actual D&D games. So let me see. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Okay, so this is basically what we have here is a dice roller. This is so cool. This is very very cool. So we're just gonna hide the dice for now. As stated here, going back to the rules, as stated, the action roll. Roll your action dice, which is a d6, and challenge dice, which is a d10. The total of your action dice, your stat, and any adds to your any adds is your action score. Your action score is never greater than 10. Anything that is over that is ignored. We have the action dice, which is a d6. Let me just show you the dice once again. Let me delete all of those. So we have the action dice, which is the d6. And we have the challenge dice, the 2d10. So we need 2d10s here. So we're going to roll that. So we rolled a 2 on the d6. On the d6 we rolled a 2. And we rolled a 2 and a 9 on the 2d10s. So basically, what that means is the 2d6 is the action dice. And we're going to add our stat modifiers for that. Once we create our character, we're going to be going over stats. And we're going to be also adding adds or bonuses on top of that. And that will determine our action score. And the challenge dice basically determines the difficulty of the action that we'll perform, which is indicated on the move's information. So that's action dice and action score and the challenge dice. So a strong hit means an action score is greater than both of the challenge dice. So let's just say that we rolled a 2 and and we have a stat bonus of +2 and an addition or adds bonus of +1. We get a score of 5, an action score. So let's say, for example, this dice, we rolled just 2 and we rolled a 9. So both of them did not. Oh, sorry. One of them succeeded. One of them is higher. One of them is lower. One of them is higher. So it says here that a strong hit is the action score should be greater or than both of the challenge dice. So that's not a strong hit that we rolled. A weak hit means the action score is greater than one of the challenge dice. So we did have a weak hit with this roll. We actually rolled a weak hit or a weak result from this action roll. Now a miss is if both the action score is not greater than both of the challenge dice. So we're completely miss. So for example, going back on the moves here, let's say that going back to heal, we're trying to heal somebody. We're trying to treat an injury of somebody else. It says here that roll plus wits. So basically, what we need to do is to roll an action roll using the action dice. And we're going to be adding our stat bonuses and other bonuses on top of that. And the stat that we'll be using is wits for the stat bonus. If we are mending our own rules, our own wounds, we're gonna either roll wits or iron. Iron is also a stat, whichever is lower. So basically, we did a weak hit as we explained earlier. Hey, hello, hello. Sorry, I didn't notice you. Hello. Wait, wait, wait. Just give me one moment. You're wait, you're too low, I think. Let me just lower my music here. You're too low for some reason. Where's the freak? Hello, hey, thank you for dropping by. I'm doing a solo RPG session 0, basically. Yeah, with dice, and I'm very happy with the dice system here that I made. If you look on the stream, I have some dice here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm streaming, man. That's okay. That's okay. Sorry, I didn't. I, Hello. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Well, if you wanted to stay, oh, there you go. Thank you so much for dropping by. Hello, hello. So where are we? Anyway, for those of you who are watching that are on the VC or on the server, the mic is open, so you can just drop by if you like. Help me think. Help me. Help me improv this shit, because this tabletop role playing game is very improv heavy, so I might need some help on coming up with stuff. So anyway, yeah, we have the dice system here. Now it did say here, give me one moment, let me just turn off the dice for now. So it did say here that on a strong hit, your care is helpful. If you or the ally under your care have the wounded condition, you may clear it. Then take or give up to 2 health. So basically, if we had a strong hit, which is going back to the rules, that means our action score is both higher than the challenge score, the challenge dice. We can have this bonus. Besides healing up our ally, we can also give +2 to health. We can either give the ally +2 health, or we can give ourselves +2 health if we are treating ourselves. That is if we are successful on a strong hit. On a weak hit, it's basically a fail forward situation. We were able to heal our ally or ourselves, but we need to suffer -1 supply or -1 momentum. Your choice. So, although we were able to heal our ally, since we did have a weak hit, which means the action score is lower. The action score is lower than 1 of these challenge dice. While we were able to heal ourselves or our allies, we must take -1 on our supply or -1 on our momentum. So that's kind of like a fail forward situation. You were able to successfully do whatever you're trying to do, but there will be a penalty or there will be a consequence. On a miss, your aid is ineffective. We were not able to heal our ally or ourselves. Now, a miss, that means the action score is not greater than either of the challenge dice. So that means we roll a miss. Besides not being able to heal our allies, we must pay the price. Now, pay the price is another move that we needed to do, which we're gonna be explaining later. But this is basically it. Pay the price. When you suffer an outcome of a move, which is pay the price, we need to do these things. One of these things, at least. We either make them all obvious, negative outcome happen. We can determine that ourselves. We can envision two negative outcomes, rate one as likely, and ask the oracle using the nested node table. On a yes, make that outcome happen. Otherwise, make the other. So basically, we're going to be creating two negative outcomes, and we're going to ask the oracle, which we're going to be rolling on a table, if one of them happens or not. Which one would happen on those two negative outcomes? Roll on the following table. If you have difficulty interpreting the results to fit the current situation, roll again. Now, the oracle has the pay to price table that gives you like a set of like words or phrases or sentences that you can use as inspiration, or an inspiration to come up with a negative outcome based on the situation. Now, if you cannot come up with anything, you can roll again. Now, this one has a built-in roll system, so we don't have to do that. But anyway, we don't have to like look up on the table. It will just give us the result. Otherwise, you can come up with your own negative outcome. But I would like to roll on the oracle just to give it a little bit more suspense and give us a little bit more variability on the situation. But anyway, that's what it does. That's the action roll. We're gonna be doing a lot of action rolls, so we need to make sure that we are understanding this. The next up is the progress tracks. When a move, so we have different sets of like progress tracks here. When a move tells you to mark progress, fill the appropriate number of ticks or progress per the rank of your challenge. When you inflict harm on your foe in combat, each point of harm is marked as progress on your foe's progress track per rank. When you successfully forge a bond, mark one tick of your bond progress track. So each progress track has different difficulty levels. So basically what they do is to give us an idea of how hard or how difficult a progress is, or something is that is progressing. This is also something that also is being used for health, apparently. So basically, if a move tells us to mark a progress track, we will mark it depending on how the difficulty we set on the progress, on the action or the move. So I think this is this is one of those moves that lets you mark a progress. When your journey comes to an end, roll for a challenge dice and compare to your progress. Momentum is ignored in this roll. On a strong hit, the situation at your destination favors you. You either choose one. Make another move now, which you can determine. If you wanted, you can make another move. Not a progress move. And add one. Oh, I don't think that this lets us mark progress. Let's see. Test the bond. to join. Where is progress? Progress. We need something that lets us, I think, enter the fray. Nope, not enter the fray. Yeah, reach a milestone. Okay, reach a milestone. Yeah, when you make significant progress on your quest by overcoming a critical obstacle, completing a perilous journey, solving a complex mystery, defeating a powerful threat, gaining vital support, or acquiring a crucial item, you may mark progress. So this tells us to mark progress. So if it is a troublesome quest, we can do a mark of 3 right here. And we need to do it on a like on this way. If it is a dangerous quest, mark 2 progress. If it is a formidable quest, mark 1 progress. So on and so forth. 2 ticks for extreme, which is 2 ticks is a line basically. And an epic quest is 1 tick. So that means you just line up 1, which is right here. When it is epic, it's just 1 line. When it is extreme, it's marked 2 ticks, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, that's the progress tracks. It says here progress moves. Your progress score plus 1 for every filled progress box. 4 ticks. Your progress score equals plus 1 for every filled progress box. Which is 4 ticks. Roll your challenge dice and compare to your progress score. Ignore momentum to make a progress move. So we need to roll a challenge dice and compare to your progress score. Ignore momentum whenever you make a progress move. So the progress score is 6 in the challenge dice it is. When you roll a match on your challenge dice, on a strong hit, the match represents a twist in the narrative, something interesting, or a new opportunity. In a miss, the match represents a heightened negative outcome, or complication, or a new danger. So every time that we progress, we would need to roll a challenge dice. And we would need to compare it to our progress score. So if the progress score is higher than both of the challenge dice, we have a strong hit. And that's basically means the match representing a twitch in the narrative. So there is a new opportunity or a twist or something different would happen. That is advantageous to us most of the time. If it is a miss though, yeah, if it is a miss, it is a negative outcome whenever we progress on our story or in our quest or whatever. So basically, that's what happens with progress. So progress is a way for us to track how far we are so far with our quest, with our adventure, with our the things that we do, the tasks that we're trying to do on a certain amount, on a extended amount of time, and it also determines what will happen each time that we progress on that progress, on that particular activity or particular story or quest. So next up is oracles. Ask the oracle when you have the questions or solo and co-op games or to provide inspiration for the DM and guided play. When you are prompted by a move or an oracle table to generate the result between 1 and 100, roll 2 10-sided dice. So basically, that's the oracles. I do think that we have a table here of oracles. Maybe it's on the play kit as well. Let's see if it's on the play kit as well. I think it's on the play kit. Yeah, these are oracles. Well, that is the space for the oracle that we can like make ourselves. Otherwise, there is a There is a list of oracles here, like oracle examples. Yeah, here. Ask the oracle. When you seek to resolve questions, discover details in the world, determine other characters respond, or trigger encountering events, you may draw a conclusion, decide the answer based on the most interesting and obvious result. This is what makes this game interesting because we can actually just come up with something for ourselves on what may happen or what is currently happening that would make sense with the situation. This is something that we just come up as we go. And this is one of those things that makes this solo tabletop role-playing game system fun is we just determine what will happen next, who will we meet, what things we will encounter, creatures that we'll encounter, or whether these would give us benefit or will be a detriment for us. We can actually just come up with it on the fly. So what you can do next is ask a yes or no question. Decide the odds of the yes and roll on the table for each answer. Pick two. Envision two options. Rate one as likely and roll on the table, see if it's true. If not, it is the other. So you can come up with two situations or two possibilities. You can roll both of them, and whoever's the highest, whichever is the highest, that's the possibility that we will take. Brainstorm, spark an idea. Brainstorm or use a random prompt. So for the prompts, we actually do have a list for that, and we can determine through an oracle list. So this is basically how we would determine questions that are answerable by yes or no. So we would roll two d10s or a d100, and from that we will determine what will happen based on what we can think of. Based on the situation, we can just come up with something, some shit on the fly, or we can even ask the oracle itself what will happen, and it will give us an idea or a spark of an idea of what may happen. So that's basically what the oracle is. So let's see. Okay, so going back, that is the oracle. We have here momentum, burning momentum. You may cancel and change in any challenge dice which are less than your momentum value. After you burn momentum, you must reset. So basically, we have a resource called momentum. Can gain momentum or use momentum. Now, when using momentum, that would make us cancel any challenge dice which are less than your momentum value. So if a challenge dice is less than our momentum score, a current momentum score, because momentum scores actually change depending on the situation, we can re-roll any challenge dice that are lower than our momentum score. So let's just say that in this example, let me just show my dice here. In this example, we wanted to re-roll that one. We just wanted to re-roll that one because that one there is an eyesore. It's an eyesore. We just roll that one. How should we do this? So we're just gonna pick a d10 here and re-roll that one. 5. So we're just gonna re-roll that, and we got a 5 earlier, so we get a 5, a new challenge dice of 5, challenge score of 5, and we can use momentum for that. After you burn your momentum, you must reset. So we have a momentum score, and once we burn momentum, we need to reset the momentum. So resetting the momentum, the default reset is +2. So we always have +2. One debility mark, your momentum resets is 1. So if we have an injury or a debility or something that would hinder us from 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 something, we reset the momentum, but we only get +1 instead of a +2. More than one debility mark, your momentum rates as 0. So if you have multiple debilities, let's say multiple injuries or multiple like uh, something that you suffer, basically, that your character suffers or a character suffers, we only reset the momentum at 0. We only get 0 on the momentum reset. Suffering negative momentum, when your momentum is less than 0 and it matches the value of your action dice, you must cancel that action dice. So when you suffer negative momentum and your momentum is already at -6, you will instead make a face a setback move. So basically, if our momentum is less than 0 and it matches the value of your action dice, you must cancel your action dice. So let's just say that you have -1 momentum and you rolled a 1 on the momentum dice. You need to cancel that action dice. You need to roll again. I don't think. Oh, yeah. Yes, I think that's what how I understood it. When your momentum is less than 0 and it matches the value of your action dice, you must cancel the action dice. So that means if my momentum is less than 0, so let's say -1, and I rolled a 1. Okay, let's just put it on -2. If I have a -2 momentum and it matches the value of your action dice, which I would roll, let's say, a 2, you must cancel your action dice. So that means your action dice is canceled. I think that you just cancel the move, or you just cancel the action dice, whatever. Oh, so it will only, your action score would only be only the bonuses and the bonus additions or the adds, the additional bonuses. So you don't roll your action dice. You just remove the action dice from the equation. Okay. Okay. I understand. I understand now. Okay. So that kind of confused me a little bit. So you just don't use the action dice, basically. When you suffer negative momentum and your momentum is already -6, you will instead make a face a setback move. So going back to the moves, we have to face a setback. Let me just type it. Face a setback. Yeah, there you go. Face a setback. So it says here in the face a setback move that when your momentum is at its minimum, you suffer additional negative momentum. Choose one. Exchange each additional negative momentum for any combination of negative health, spirit, or supply as appropriate to the circumstances. So basically, the more negative momentum that you have, the less of health, spirit, or supply that you need to take off. Envision an event or discovery which undermines your progress in a current quest, journey, or fight. Then, for each additional momentum, clear 1 unit of progress on the track race track. So basically, we would need to come up with an event or a situation or a discovery that would give us a setback on progressing in our current quest, which basically stops us or set us back from progressing the current quest. So, for example, let's just say that you're trying to you're trying to push away a group of enemies. You're trying to like keep them away from a certain point or a certain spot. If we are at negative momentum, let's just say that despite our best efforts, we are not able to push back the group because our group are just very very tired and very and some of them are injured, so they were able to overpower us. So that means we are having a setback in our progress to push back the enemy. So we need to clear 1 unit of progress on that track. So let's just say that pushing back the enemy sets us on a troublesome, or yeah, a troublesome on a troublesome rank of progress. We have to clear 3 progress for troublesome. So that would basically set us back from succeeding on, or completing on what we're doing. So next up is suffering harm and stress. When you face mental shock or despair, make the endure stress move. When you face physical injury or hardship, make the endure harm move. So we have, so instead of like hit points, what we have is harm and stress. So the progress tracks also serve as HP as well. Whenever we, let's say, suffer, an injury, we need to do endure harm as a move. So let's just look up endure harm here. Suffer moves. When you face physical damage, suffer negative health equal your foe's rank as appropriate to the situation. If your health is 0, suffer negative momentum equal to any remaining health. Then roll plus health or plus iron whenever is higher. On a strong hit, you can shake it off. Your health is greater than 0. Suffer -1 momentum in exchange for negative or +1 health. So you can spend momentum to heal yourself to +1 health. Embrace the pain, think +1 momentum. So we take on the damage, take on the attack. We have suffered -1 health, but we will gain +1 momentum instead. On a weak hit, you press on. Nothing happens. You just progress. You just progress whatever you're doing. On a miss, also suffer 1 momentum. It along with suffer negative health or minus health. You also suffer -1 momentum. If you are at 0 health, you must mark wounded or maimed if currently unmarked, or roll on the following table. So we also have a roll endure harm, which will determine what will happen should we roll a miss on the challenge dice or on the action roll. And this is the rank. This is the rank of the enemies, or this is the rank of the situation that would give us either suffer stress or suffer harm, or endure suffer stress or suffer harm. There is also endure stress here, which is basically the same thing, but you suffer minus on your spirit as well. Instead, equal to your foe's rank or appropriate to the situation. So let's just say that the foe's rank is formidable. That means we have to take out -3 on our spirit, basically. So that's how harm and stress works. Inflict harm. When you wield a deadly weapon such as a sword, an axe, a spear, or bow, you inflict 2 harm. When you are unharmed or wield an improvised or simple weapon such as shield, stick, club, staff, or rock, you inflict 1 harm. So harm basically determines how much we are injured or not. Suppose these are the rankings for the foes that will be facing. So if it is just common enemies, it will be on a troublesome rank, and they have 3 progress per harm and only inflicts 1 harm. If you think the character will be facing a dangerous foe, which are capable fighters and deadly creatures, we suffer 2 progress. We take out 2 progress per harm and inflicts 2 harm. So on and so forth. So basically, it determines, like, it gives you an idea when to give a foe a certain rank depending on the situation and depending how seemingly capable they are or dangerous they are. We need to also determine that as well on the fly. Or actually, there are like pre-made foes that are in the book that we can use already. That has information that would tell us the ranking of the foe difficulty. So there's also that. Supply. When you and your allies share the same you and your allies share the same supply value. When your supply falls to zero, all characters make an out of supply move. So if we run out of the supplies, we need to check on the out of the supply move and see what will happen. When your supply is exhausted, reduce to zero, mark unprepared. If you suffer -1 supply when unprepared, you must exchange each additional negative supply for any combination of health, spirit, or momentum as appropriate to the circumstances. So, whenever we have more than -0, less than zero supply, we also need to take either health, spirit, or momentum, depending on what is happening, basically. So, yeah, that is what out of supply does, and that's what the supply rules are. The companions. If you roll a 1 on your action dice when using a companion ability, any negative outcome of the move should involve your companion. When a companion suffers physical damage, make the companion endure harm move. Now, speaking of companions, we also have a set of companions here that we can use, or we can encounter in our journeys, or we can have as a start. The cave lion, we have the giant spider, the hawk, kindred, hound, horse, mammoth, owl, raven. And they have their own like skills. You can name them, and they also have their own trackers. And they have like uh skills right here that you can use. And when are they appropriate to use? Like for example, this one, sharp. If we have a hound companion, they have the sharp skill, which is when you gather information using your hound's keen senses to track your quarry or investigate a scene, add +1 and take +1 momentum on a hit. So if we have a strong hit or a weak hit on the gather information move, we can take 1 momentum. And we can add +1 on our action roll with the gather information move. So ferocious, when you strike or clash alongside your hound that score a hit, inflict +1 harm or take +1 momentum. So for example, we are attacking somebody and we are having our doggo attack that same target as well. We can add +1 harm additional to whatever harm that we will inflict, or we can take 1 momentum when we're using the strike or the clash move. So loyal, when you induce stress in the company of your hound, add +1. So whenever we induce stress, we also +1 on whatever it will take this away. I think spirit is the one that you take away when you endure stress. Yeah, it is spirit. So we have to take off a number of spirits depending on our result. But we will add +1 because we have our doggo that comforts us. So basically, that's what the companion cards are. The asset is, which we will determine later once we create our character. So these are the moves that we have. And we will actually do these later as we move along the story. We will see what moves are appropriate with certain situations. because we do have a list here. We do have a list here of moves that we can do depending on the situation. Which is why we're not gonna do them for now. We're just gonna do them later. All right. Okay. All right. So, with that said, let's go ahead and shall we create our campaign. So let me just go to the rule book here. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the rule book itself has more information about the rules, but what we did for the meantime is we just discussed about the rules and the rule summary to we can like move it along a little bit faster. But if we needed more information about a certain rule, we can check on the book and see what's going on. See more information about that particular rule or that we needed to look up to. So anyway, just give me one moment here. Okay, sorry about this. Let me just do something really quick. But for some reason, I cannot. Okay, I think that's okay. Okay, I think this should be good. Okay, all right. I think we should be good. I'm just balancing the audio. Okay, so what we're going to do now is to create our campaign because we need to create the campaign before we need to create the character. Okay, so let's consult. Let's consult the character creation here. So you are Ironsworn. Others live out their lives, hardly venturing beyond the walls of their village or steading. You are different. The sworn vows will lead to a life of danger, heroism, and sacrifice at the edge of the unknown world. Envision your character. Before you jump into the mechanics of your character, consider their motivations, interests, skills, personalities, and weaknesses. It's fine to start with one or two ideas about your background or goals. You can flesh out the character as you play. I think what we needed to do first. Here's what we needed to do first, all right? We needed to create the campaign first. All right? Okay, so welcome to the Ironlands. So here we go. Welcome to the Ironlands. The Ironlands is a vast peninsula in the Northern Ocean. The people who now refer themselves as Ironlanders settled here 2 generations ago, cast out their homelands by a catastrophic event. Ever since that time, they have survived but not prospered. The Ironlands are a harsh, dangerous place. The winters are long and brutal. Harvests are uncertain. Depending on the choices that you make as you create your version of the Ironlands, monstrous beasts and dreaded horrors may be a constant threat. This chapter includes a brief summary for each major region of the Ironlands. It includes a section where you define your characteristics, dangers, and ecology in our own islands. Hello, Zach
Zach Murray has joined the Brave Base. Thanks for the follow.
Hmm. I don't know, man. Are you legit? Let me just do this. Sorry, but sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. You're kinda a little bit sussy. You're a little bit sussy. It's a baka. So, but thanks for the follow anyway. Thanks for the follow, I guess. So yeah, moving on. This chapter includes a brief summary for each major region. So the detail here is intentionally light, considered as a sketch or a canvas, ready to be adorned with the vibrant colors and details in your story. When traveling through the dangerous and unknown areas, undertake a journey. You will set the rank of the journey as appropriate to the fictional circumstances, the distance, region, terrain, threats, your character's readiness. You should also consider its importance to your quest. A higher rank means more storyline dedicated to the journey. If you wanted to move quicker into your destination, give it a lower rank. If this journey represents an important aspect of your character's story, or you want to create opportunities for interesting events and side quests, give it a higher rank. So we can determine, we can undertake a journey as a move, and we will set the rank of how difficult the journey is based on the distance, the terrain, the region, and possible threats, and even the current stat. Excuse me, the current status of our character. So there's the regions, and this is the map. I also do have the map here. There you go. This is actually the map of the Ironlands. And as I mentioned earlier, we are playing on the Ironlands setting. So Byron Island, so Ragged Coast, Deep Wilds, Flooded Lands, Havens, Hinterlands, Tempest Hills, Veiled Mountains. Okay, so these are just like the various places that we can embark to in the Ironlands. So let me just see if we can. Okay, starting your campaign. So an Ironsworn campaign is a series of connected game sessions. You will explore your world and the life of your character as you swear vows and struggle to see them fulfilled. You will journey across the Ironlands, round a foul of troubles, fight fearsome foes, and form bonds with the people and communities. Through it all, you'll make decisions as your character and explore what it means to be Ironsworn in the harsh lands. To get started in your campaign, follow the steps described in this section. Rate your character. Refer to the character creation summary on page 47 and envision your character considering their motivation, skill, background, or personality, connection to the world. Set your stats, pick your assets, whatever order you prefer. Give your character name. Okay, so here's what we're going to do first. I guess what we can do first is to create our character. Here we go. Nameless. Just put it as nameless in the meantime. So we can go first to the character creation. So I guess we need to create their character first before we even create the campaign. Okay. So it says here, be awesome, your character is highly competent, you're smart, brave, and driven. You can hold in your own in your fight. When you swear an iron vow, you mean it. You're not without your limitations. You face hardships. You make bad decisions. You will fail. Overcoming those failures, pushing on, is what makes you heroic. The people on the Iron Lands are diverse. Communities are formed through shared interests, mutual protection, or strong leadership. Respect is still paid to traditions to the old world, but Ironlanders largely left behind their cultural divisions when they crossed the vast North Ocean. Even with a single community, you'll find a fusion of old and Ireland influences. You can envision a character however you like, unbound by geography, lineage, sexual orientation, and gender. Your character can be inspired directly by a real world or historical culture, or you might weave a blend of cultural influence into your concept. The default setting is human centric, and these rules do not include specific options to play fantasy races. However, you can adjust it to your liking. The mechanics of your character are relatively light and can be themed to support several types of fantasy or historical fiction. Okay, so the default setting, most of the people that you meet are humans, but the system is like loose enough for you to actually lean more into the fantasy races. But just work it out with the rules, I guess. So yeah, where to start? You can build your world, build your character, or do both in tandem. If you have a clear idea for your character, start there and build your world around them, as if your building is set to suit your actor. If you need inspiration for the world, Chapter 4 includes prompts for situations and quests to help you envision your character and place in your islands. So this is the character sheet, but what we're going to be using is this, the Iron Journal, designed for Ironsworn. So basically, this is our character sheet that will provide us with all of the information our need in regards to our character. Oh, and there's a dice roller here. But anyway, yeah, this is also the map of the Iron Lands. We do have our built-in map right here. I don't know how to actually delete this. Okay, let me see if okay. Let me see if we can remove all of these. Can we actually delete this? We'll just do that later. So anyway, this is our character sheet. The book also has the character sheet right here, but we're gonna be using the Iron Journal just to make it a little bit easier for us. We don't have to write over the PDFs and whatnot. But if you are playing this on a table, you can use this character sheet. The play kit includes actually the character sheet, I think. I don't think so. I think it also includes the character sheet. Yeah, there you go. The play kit also includes the character sheet that you can fill out yourself, if you are using it on a table. But we're going to be using the character sheet for Iron Journal. So let's go ahead and build the character, shall we? Okay, so character basics. The name. You have a name. Perhaps others will honor it someday in stories and songs. Give your character a name. For inspiration, you can roll on the Ironlander names on the table on page 184. So, we're gonna be rolling for a name, alright? Let's do it this way. We actually can roll. Or, this is actually a cool one. Nameless. This is actually a cool name, probably. This could be a cool one. Let's see. Oracles, character, and name. Yeah, you see, we have like several things here that we can choose from, but let's settle with an Ironlander first. Let's settle with an okay. Here's what we can do. We can roll for a kin. We can roll for a race for this one. Let's try rolling for a race and let's see if we can come up with something. All right. So how? See here, 1d5. Let's do the dice roller for this one. Okay. So let's roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we roll a 6, we re-roll, basically. So that's what we will do. If we roll a 6, we will gonna do a re-roll. All right. So let's determine what race we're gonna be using for the character. So here we go. Let's just do this. I'm gonna roll a d6 for this. Here. Okay. Just a d6. And here we go. 4. Let's see. What is 4? I think that is a giant. 1, 2, 3, 4. A Varu. What's a Varu? Let me just check the book real quick. What is a Varu? Supply, momentum, vows, bonds. I think this is something that... Oh, it's a wolf guy. I think this is a wolf guy of Varu. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to check. I'm just trying to check what a Varu is, but I remember that this is like wolf people. Okay, let me type Varu. Yeah, there you go. Here we go. The Varu. So their features are yellow eyes shining in the moonlight, pointed ears, and snout-like face. Their drives is take their land, defend my kin, keep that blood call at bay. Their tactics is strike at night, leap into combat, and let loose of the blood call. So they're basically beast people. Alright. The Varu are humanoid beings who dwell within the deep wilds and the woods of the hinterlands. Their features are fierce and wolf-like. They are broad-shouldered and a head taller than an average Highlander. Their long hair is ornated, groomed, and decorated with beads and other trinkets. The very valedictory in all things, they often war amongst themselves and against the elves or gain or defend holdings. They mark their claims by carving clan symbols into trees. Only the foolish ignore the warning of these border signs. Several of our settlements, built too close to Varu territory, are now abandoned ruins because of the mark of the victorious Varu clan. Quest starter. A Varu clan has carved their mark into the trees surrounding an Ironlander community, claiming it's their territory. An attack is surely imminent. Do. Your truth. A young Varu receives their keth, a curved dagger, before undergoing the rite of passage. What must they do to take their place among the adults of the clan? Ooh, this is a good starter. We can start with a young Varu, and they're trying to like prove themselves to the clan by undergoing the rite of passage to receive their keth. Ooh, this is good. This is good. And we're a wolf guy. So a Varu. I like this. I like this. Okay. So we are a Varu, which means a wolf guy, and we can roll for the name and see what we can all come up with. Arva. Girl? Uh, so he should be a girl. Maybe maybe not really bisexual, but probably a little bit more probably a little bit more gender fluid. A little bit more gender fluid. Let's put it in that Darva, but we'll save that. We'll save that. So let me just do this. Darva names. Actually, let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Actually, we'll just type it on. We'll type it on the thing here, the journal. So names. Darva. We're gonna roll. Darva. Female. Gender fluid. Okay. So we're gonna roll another one. Iskra. Uh, Iskra. That sounded like a motherly kind of name. That sounded like a motherly kind of name. That sounds like maybe a name of an NPC, not really somebody that near a main character thing. So we're just gonna not take that. So we're gonna roll again. Bojan. Yeah, that also sounds like somebody else. Aleko. Yep, somebody else. NPC names. Jarek. Maybe Jarek. Maybe Jarek. Jarek. Male. Young. Male. Young. So Jarek is a male, young sounding name. So yeah. So Jarek is a male sounding name. So we can take that. And it's quite young. So we're gonna roll again. Buksha. That sounded another NPC name. So we'll roll again. Lisla. Uh, Motherly name again. Jasna. Female leader type name. Evka. Second leader type name. Neda. Very NPC type. Normal NPC. Like random NPC. Stesa. Yeah, random NPC. Neda. Mika. Mika probably young. Very young. Male. Very young. Female. Okay. So Mika, all right. We're gonna roll. Okay, we're gonna roll last one. Oh, okay. We're gonna roll two more, so we can roll another d6. Which character we would pick, or we can just pick one. Aleko. Father name. Tana. Tana. Uh, Maybe we can replace Darva with Tana. Can replace that. But Tana is a good name. Evka. Nope. Bojan. Kavata. Neda. Sharna. Iskra. Sovin. Zivka. Radka. Radka is Radka male strong. So male strong. Older male strong. Older male strong. So it's an older name. Name of somebody that is probably older, but that could be one. That could be one. Um, what else? Okay, so we got four. So we roll another two. Zora. Zora, older female, strong. Zora is older female, strong name. We can do that. Buksha. Iskra. Baina. Oh, here's what we're going to do. The last one is nameless. That's a d6. So we're gonna roll a 1d6 and let's see who we can come up with for a name. Mika, Jarek, Tana, Radka, Zora, or nameless. I'm actually going for nameless, but we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Okay, so we're gonna roll again, and let's see what will happen. Rolling a d6. One, Tana, female gender fluid. Okay, Tana. Okay, we'll go with Tana then. Tana is a female gender fluid. Female gender fluid name. Tana. Tana. Should we actually include the last name? If we include the last name, I'm gonna roll for this. If we include the last name, where's my oracle? Where's the oracle? I'm gonna roll with an oracle and if we're gonna be using a last name or not for the Varu. So where is it? Where is it? God damn it. I can't find it. Where is it? Oh, it's in the rule book, I think. Uh Oracle. Sorry about this. I'm searching for the Oracle. Uh Enter to Oracles. Hmm. Does Iron Journal have an Oracle? I saw it earlier. God damn it. I saw earlier the Oracle's page. Let's see. Okay, Ireland Oracles. Uh, Action theme. Settlement trouble. Irelander names. Combat action. Plot twist. Hmm. God damn it. Where is the Oracle tables? There's the Oracle table for the yes and no stuff. Uh, Maybe it's here. What? Character? Maybe it's on the dice roller. Uh, Wait. Where is it? Where is it? God damn it. Uh, Sorry about this. I cannot. I cannot search the yes and no stuff. The yes and no oracles. Uh, okay. Think Okay, there you go. The odds. Okay. Oh, okay. So it is a move. I think this is a move. Okay, Oracle. Ask the Oracle. Ask the Oracle. When you seek or solve questions, determine details in the world, determine how other characters respond, or trigger encounters or events, you may ask the Oracle. So we're gonna roll a D100, and my question is: do Varus have last names? Do the Varu have last names? Basically, so we're gonna roll for this right now. A D100. Go ahead and roll. 30. Okay, 30 is what's 30 again? I think it's like unlikely. Uh 30 is likely. Okay, so according to this, the Varu has last names likely, so I guess we just go ahead and use that one then. I guess we can just go ahead that one. Tana. Hmm. Let's determine the last name later. Once we get a little bit more into it. Okay, so descriptor. What do they look like? Anxious. Anxious, skilled, timid. This is not a female. Anxious, skilled, and timid. So they're anxious, but they're skilled, but they're timid. And I think that would also work towards like getting their Keth. Because they're skilled, because they're timid and anxious, they're nervous around the. If they're quite nervous. They're quite nervous with the fact that they might not be good enough with uh wait, just give me one moment here. God damn it. God damn it, where is my entry? Oh, what the? Hmm. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. I was searching for my character stuff. Okay. So Tana is anxious, skilled, and timid. So basically, I think what happened here is there is this whole ritual of coming of age where you are given a keth, a dagger to symbolize your coming of age, of coming into adulthood, um, and your place in the clan. And the thing is, Hannah is anxious and timid, so she doesn't really believe on herself that much. But the thing is, she is very skilled at things. It's just that she has confidence issues. So her main deficit is being anxious, being too uh too low of a self-esteem, maybe. And I think the ritual is like her challenge to finally like to basically have a proof for herself that she can do things. She is capable of greater things. Although she does have a problem, she is timid and anxious most of the time. So that's why she's very, very nervous about what will happen with the whole goal of getting their keth or getting their ceremonial dagger, the dagger of that would be a symbol of them coming of age. Okay, so this one we're good. We're good. Disposition. I don't think we need disposition. Maybe we can do a first disposition. Desperate. Okay. All right. That kind of makes sense given that her cat ceremony is almost coming up now and she's very very anxious because but she is desperate to actually get that to complete the trial because she is now coming of age and needed to show people that she is capable of doing things even though she doesn't believe in herself that much. That's really interesting. Okay, roll. Trader. I don't know uh if she is a trader, she could be a merchant. A Varu merchant. She could be like a seller of things, of maybe herbs, maybe remedies. She's a roaming trader, and maybe this is one of her things that would. This is probably her way of trading. Probably her way of making herself useful to the clan, useful to the pack. She probably sees this as an opportunity to show what she's capable of. That maybe she's not that strong in a physical fight. She tries to, but she is very very skilled with talking to people, conversing. She's more conversational. She can she's through her experience with selling stuff. Maybe that made her skilled with with trading or with talking to people. Okay, so we'll roll a trader. We'll do trader. So maybe supply seller, supplies merchant. Okay, so we're gonna be doing that. Actually, let's ask the oracle. Um, uh, plot. No, not plot. Hmm. I'm like thinking about. I am thinking about like what item should she sell? You know, what item should she sell? Basically, let's see. I was thinking of what supplies or thing or items that she sell as a trader, and she needed to like prove herself that she is useful to the pack, even though she is a trader, a merchant by trade. She's not a fighter. She's not a warrior, but she wanted to. Uh, she wanted to like prove herself that it's not always the not always the fighting prowess that should determine your place in the pack, but your contributions to the pack as well. Uh, Even without violence or with lesser violence as much as possible. Um, so let's see. Action theme, region, location, coastal waters, location description, quick settlement name, settlement trouble, goal descriptor. Other names: Combat Action, Mystic Backlash, Mario Plot Twist. Doesn't really have. Huh. Doesn't really have anything for items though. Okay, we can ask a question instead for the Oracle. We can ask a question. Okay, we can ask a question right here. Would she sell healing items? Would she sell medicine? Is she a medicine lady? So we're gonna determine that through the dice. So we're gonna roll 1d100 again and see if whether she is a medicine seller. 80. Okay. What's 80? Small chance. Oh, unlikely. Unlikely. She's not a medicine seller. She's not a She's not an apothecary. Would she be a weapon seller? Question mark. Would she be a weapon seller? Let's roll again. 30. Okay. 30 is likely. Weapon seller. He sells weapons. Question is she a blacksmith? Does she forge? 60. Small chance. Oh, 60. 50-50. Okay. 50-50. Uh, if this is weapons and she is timid, she's not aggressive though. She is not aggressive. She is anxious, skilled, and timid. So I don't see her being violent, but she does sell weapons. So I would think that she is a blacksmith. Weapons merchant. Weapons merchant. Blacksmith. Maybe she's a blacksmith. Let's make her a blacksmith. Let's just make her a blacksmith then. He is a blacksmith. She is not a fighter. She she doesn't want violence if she cannot help it. She can fight a little bit, but if she can like find her way out of a situation without much violence, she would. And she does forge weapons. Now, the dagger that she will be getting is something that she would need to get for herself. She doesn't. Oh, she's not allowed to forge it herself. It is given to her. And being a blacksmith again, she doesn't want. She wanted to prove the pack that it is not only violence and strength and battle prowess that would determine your place in the clan or if you are valuable to the clan or the pack. It's other things as well, and that is probably her goal. And Desperate is she's in a situation right now where her coming of age thing is coming up really really fast, and she hasn't got her Keth yet, and she needed to do that. Okay, so her goal: undermine a relationship. I don't think this works. Undermine a relationship? Nope. Rebel against power. Rebel against power. Rebel against power. Rebel against power. We can interpret it in another way. As I mentioned earlier, she wanted to prove the pack, the elders of the pack, that the elders of the pack, which has the power of the pack, She wanted to prove in opposition of their philosophy of might is right and being more powerful in battle the term gives you more of a value in the pack. But her, she is rebelling against that idea. He is rebelling against that idea by proving them that it is not always physical prowess and skills in battle and in warfare or violence that determines your place in the pack or if you're valuable to the pack or not. He wanted to prove it that way. Um, so rebel against power could make sense. By doing this Keth trial. Okay. Okay. Goal is rebel against power. Goal. Rebel against power. Wanted to prove that violence does not determine value in fact. Okay. Rebel against power. So this is her goal, basically. So activity. We can interpret activity as like their current activity. So we can probably determine the starting point. But we'll roll. We'll roll. Destroying. Destroying. Nah, I don't think so. Mending. Okay, mending is good. Mending is probably she's repairing something. She's repairing what probably is a sword, a weapon. A weapon that is okay. So we're gonna do a oracle for this. She's mending something, and she's probably mending a weapon because she's a blacksmith. So would that weapon be very important to the clan? Would that weapon be important to the clan? An artifact of sorts that the clan keeps safe. 0 or 100. Okay, 100. I don't think that this is a small chance. Would this be important to her family? At least? So, okay. Would this be important to her family at least? Unlikely. Oh, small 50-50. Let's see. Would it be important for somebody outside of their clan? Okay, no. Small chance. Okay. Would it be important for what is the importance here? Let me check something on the oracle here. There is action. Okay. Mending gives some sense because she is a blacksmith, so she's mending something, and it's not important for her clan. It's not important for her family. It's not important for somebody else. Ah, maybe it's important for herself. Let's just make it important for herself. Action. Mending. Important for herself. Maybe their own weapon. Own weapon. Okay. She's mending currently her own weapon. Probably something that may be destroyed at some point. What's this? Scroll to journal, scroll to move, scroll to. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. shortcuts. Cool. Pog. Mending their own weapon, fixing their own weapon. Okay, so this should be Satana, female, gender fluid. She's skilled but also anxious and timid. She is currently desperate to complete her trials. She is a trader, which is a weapons merchant, blacksmith. She sells weapons and also forges her own weapons to sell. Rebel against power. She wanted to prove that the violence does not determine value in a pack. And her current action is mending. It's probably fixing her own weapon. So we got that. We got all of these. So for the last name, we did roll a yes for the last name. So maybe a blacksmith. Anna Blaze Forge. Anna Blaze Forge. Blaze Forge. You can do that. Anna Blaze Forge. Okay, we got Tana Blaze Forge here. All right. So, yeah, there's that. Tana Blaze Forge. We now have Tana Blaze Forge as okay, so we got Tana Blaze Forge here as our character. She's female, but she's gender fluid. She can be in a relationship with either males or females or whatever. Um, he is currently desperate to complete her trial. Desperate to complete her coming of age trials. Her current role is a trader, a weapons merchant, and a blacksmith. Maybe she's not really exactly her, but her family is. Maybe it's also a blacksmith. That probably is something that is passed from his her father. And she wanted to prove that the violence does not determine value in her pack. And she is currently mending her own blade, her own sword, or her own weapon to maybe embark on the journey for her trials, start embarking on her journey. So, okay, so we got that. And now we can go create our character. So, character basics, we have the stats. Okay, so we have a name, we have the stats. Stats, there are 5 stats, each given a value of 1 to 3. When you make a move and roll dice, you usually add one of your stats to your dice. The move will tell you which stat to add, give, or choice. So first stat, we got edge, quickness, agility, and prowess in range combat. We got the heart, which is courage, willpower, empathy, sociability, and loyalty. We got iron, physical strength, endurance, aggressiveness, and prowess in close combat. We got shadow, sneakiness, deceptiveness, and cunning. And we got wits, expertise, knowledge, and observation. To start, arrange these bonuses across your 5 stats in any order. 3, 2, 2, 1, 1. So, okay. So based on our description, she's anxious but she's skilled and timid. So, in this case then, what we can do is maybe give her wits as her highest stats. She's skilled. So wits is expertise, knowledge, and observations. She's very observant. She is very observant because she is skilled. So we go with wits as our highest stat. So we need to assign 2 stats with 2. So I would say Courage, willpower, empathy, sociability, and loyalty. I would say heart is also something that her high stat as well. She is she's compassionate. She's caring. He is strong-willed. Well, not really strong-willed in terms of like social skills, but strong-willed in her beliefs and her convictions that she what she believes in. She's strong-willed. Um, Maybe iron, physical strength, endurance, aggressiveness, and prowess in close combat. Not iron. I don't think that iron is something that would she would be excelling at. Um, Quickness, agility, and prowess in range combat. Maybe we can give her edge instead. Edge is, yeah, edge. She is skilled with. She's skilled with. Just give me one moment. Sorry about this. Uh, so yeah, skilled, quickness, agility, and prowess in range combat. She is quite nimble, maybe. Or we can. Well, she's not deceptive though. I don't think that she's deceptive. I don't think so because she's very anxious and very timid. So she would think twice on deceiving people. So I don't think that she is that. So we're gonna go with edge and heart for the twos. She got the edge because she's quick and nimble, and she can. She rather would pick off targets from afar. And heart because she is caring, compassionate, and she has conviction with things that she believes in. So we're gonna go with iron with one. She's not that hardy. She's not that like physically, strong. And shadow, she's not deceptive. She's not cunning or sneaky. But we're gonna do with one with those. Okay. All right. So we got that. Health. Health represents your current physical condition and stamina. Rank from 0 to +5. Health is reduced when you endure harm and increased when you rest or receive care through moves such as heal or sojourn. If you are at 0 hit points, health, scoring a miss when you endure harm puts you at risk of suffering a debility or dying. To start, set your health track to +5. So, we have health here, +5. So we are at the health 5 right here. Okay, so moving on. Spirit. Spirit is your current mental state. Rank from 0 to +5. Spirit is reduced when you endure stress. It is increased when you find comfort in companionship, success, or relaxed moments. Or relaxed moments through moves such as make camp or forge a bond. If you are at 0 spirit, scoring a miss when you endure stress puts you at risk of suffering a debility or falling into desolation. To start, set your spirit track to +5. So we have it at +5 as well. So basically, whenever you are suffering like mental damage or damage to your psyche or your spirit, you take off a spirit score. You can gain spirit scores by success, companionship, comfort, or relaxed moments. Supply. Supply is an abstract representation of your preparedness, including food, water, and general upkeep. It is ranked from 0 to +5. Instead of keeping track of detailed inventory, you can consider most of your mundane gear as covered under your supply. Supply is decreased when you make an undertake journey move. You might also reduce supply as a narrative cost when you face hardships as an outcome of other moves. For example, if you make face danger move before the wild river, you may lose some gear as a result of a weak hit or miss. Supply is increased when you gather provisions through moves such as resupply. The supply track represents the shared assets among your party. You and your allies use the same supply value when you travel together. If any of you move in, if, ah, If any of you make a move to increase the supply or suffer a result of a move that reduces your supply, each of you adjust your supply track accordingly. When your supply falls to 0, all characters make an out of supply move. When you are at zero supply and suffer additional negative supply, you would you each must reduce your health, spirit, or momentum tracks by that amount. So basically, we have 5 supply here, and whenever I move, we perform a move that requires us to take out a supply, or to determine if we were to take out a supply or not. We will adjust that accordingly. Or whenever in the situation that would make sense that you might be losing supply, there might be a possibility that you will lose your supplies. Now, instead of tracking individual items, which we can do, we can actually do that. But just to make it a little bit more simpler for mundane items, we will just use the supply tracker to do that, which is very, very convenient, honestly. Now, what mundane items we have in our supply bag is really up to us, really. But we can just like consider that if we have the supply score, if we still have supply scores, we can just pull out anything that would make sense that probably we would be in our bag. We're not pulling out like anything out of our ass, basically. But we can determine that, oh, you have this basic supply with you. If you have a supply score still, even if we didn't track it before, we can just determine that, hey, oh, you have this actually on your mundane supplies. Okay. So to start, set your supply track to 5. You and your ally share the same supply while you adventure together. When one of you makes a move that raises or lowers the supply track, each of you should make the adjustments on your character sheet. Okay, so let's see. So basically, if you have allies as well, you also share the same supply track. Basically, you all share. If you have multiple characters in a party, or if you're playing with a group, you basically you basically have a shared supply tracker. And if the tracker increases or decreases, all of you will track it accordingly. That's one. Okay. So, momentum. Momentum represents how you are faring to your quest. It is gained and lost through moves. If you have positive momentum, you are building on your successes and ready to make decisive moves. If you have negative momentum, you have suffered setbacks and your quest is in jeopardy. To learn more about momentum and how it helps and hinders your character, see page 11. Use the momentum track on the left side of your character sheet to record your current momentum. Your character sheet also included boxes to mark your max momentum and momentum reset. Your max momentum starts at plus 10 and is reduced by 1 for every marked ability. Your momentum reset starts at plus 2. If you have one debility mark, your reset is plus 1. If you have more than one debility mark, your reset is 0. For more abilities, see page 36. To start your current momentum to plus 2, your max momentum is 10, and your momentum reset to plus 2. So, where is momentum here? Let's see. I don't see momentum. Weird. Maybe this one? Maybe challenges? No, it's not progress. Where is momentum? Bonds, assets. Oh, those are my assets. Oh, this one, momentum. So we start at plus 2, and it always resets to plus 2. Unless you have a debility. And our maximum is 10. We have a maximum momentum of 10. Alright, so that's cool. Alright, that's good. So vows. When you swear a iron vow, you give it a rank. Troublesome, dangerous, formidable, extreme, or epic. And record it to your character sheet. Then use a vow progress track when you reach a milestone. You should start your first session with 2 vows. A long-term vow goal and an immediate situation where you must be dealt with. Your inciting incident. You'll find quest starters in Chapter 4, Your World, in Chapter 5, Foes and Encounters. To learn more about your starting vows, see page 195. Let's check that. Let's check that. When you create your character, you give yourself a background vow to represent the primary motivation or ultimate goal. This vow is part of your character's backstory. It may be a vow sworn years ago, or one is reactive of some recent major event. Write down this vow and give it a rank of extreme or epic. You don't need to make a swear and iron vow move for this quest. Fulfilling this vow will not be easy. In story time, it might require months, years, or even decades to see the vow fulfilled or forsaken. You may even decide your background vow isn't something that you make significant progress on in your narrative. Instead, it just helps you establish some role-playing detail for your character and fleshes out your world. Your backstory involves your former life raider. Oh, I'm sorry. I think this is like an example. So your backstory involves your former life as a raider. Haunted by your past, you have sworn to see this raider clan defeated. However, the complications, the clan is powerful, and you cannot possibly hope to defeat them. You envision the clan's name Red Moon. Their sheets are decorated with blood red circle. For now, is a glowing ember. This vow is a glowing ember, a promise not yet spark and flame. You mark a vow, defeat the Red Moon, giving it a rank of extreme. So let's determine our vows then. So we have a vow right here. So what is our background vow? So what is our basically our background vow? Is okay. So going back to our character here, she is a blacksmith. She is a blacksmith, and her her goal is wanting to prove that violence does not determine a value in the pack. So this could be her. This could be her background vow. Background. Um, to change the minds of Baru elders about the value of a pack member. Let's make it for the we're changing traditions here basically. You know, we changing traditions here. We're changing the minds of what probably is 100-year-old tradition, hundreds of year old of tradition and culture within the pack, within Tana's pack. And I would imagine that this is formidable. This is quite formidable in terms of like difficulty, in terms of yeah, exceptional and like very exceptional. You know, it's a very exceptional endeavor to actually do that. To actually change the minds of people that had been doing the same thing for hundreds and hundreds of years. This is a formidable task that she was doing. So it's treacherous, it's perilous. It will take a lot of time, a lot of time. It will take a lot of like. It will take a lot of change in philosophies and culture from the hundreds of years of doing the same thing over and over again, having it the same way for hundreds of years. So we're gonna put it on formidable, at least. Right. So we're gonna do that. So we're going back to the character creation. Create your character. Where's the character creator? Sorry, I'm trying to go back to the character creator. Uh, Let me see. God damn it, where is the character? Okay. Browse. Alright, browse. Background bow in immediate situation that will be dealt with. Find quest starters, chapter 4 and chapter 5. Your world and chapter 5, foes and encounters. So, a long-term goal is to change the minds of of her Varro elders about the value of being of a pack member, which is formidable. That's a background, and our immediate is something that we need to determine first. Plot. Okay, so plot. You'll find quest starters, your world, and foes and encounters. So I think this is the one. Campaign is Hannah's Journey. Okay. Challenges. Let's just refer to the book then. Your background about your world. You find quest starters in chapter 4 and chapter 5. Okay. Oh, okay. So we start in somewhere, and that somewhere will determine our quest starters. Okay. Our possible quest starters. So in this case, then we would need to determine where Tana came from. So we're gonna put in the location, and we're gonna roll for it. The region is Havens. The location is Mountain, and the name is Great Haven. Let's look at what the Haven does. The Havens. Okay, the Havens is rolling hills and rocky bluffs, pockets of dense wood, thick with shadow, walled settlements, verdant heaths, wide rivers navigated by weary boatmen, long harsh winters. So the Haven, I think, is this one. This is the Haven right here. Do you actually see my mouse? Just give me one moment there. Let me see if you can see my mouse. Capture cursor. Okay, there you go. The Havens. The Havens is right here. So this is the Havens right here. This area. So Great Havens. Descriptor. Fertile. Okay, so maybe around this part, around these parts, we can maybe start here. And the trouble is vengeful outcast. Oh, okay. So there is a vengeful outcast. Settlement has fallen under the unjust rule of a cruel leader. What leverage do you have over these people? What is your connection to the community? What can be done to overthrow this tyrant? Okay, so that's the quest starter that we can use, but what we rolled for is a vengeful outcast. Let's go to the plot then. Let's go to the plot. So there is a vengeful outcast that is probably starting trouble now. Starting trouble to the community, and hmm. There is a vengeful outcast. So the vengeful outcast is something that we can use as the campaign. So there is somebody that is trying to take revenge on the clan members and starting probably a coup or something, or even try to just outright destroy the pack itself. Uh, in in revenge of maybe the clan members or the pack high members, the elders of the pack, and maybe Tana is one of those people that was determined to one of was like one of those people who is tasked, or maybe this is something that Tana saw as an opportunity to prove herself that she is capable. So a vengeful outcast or a rebel leader, maybe. There's a rebel leader in the Great Haven, or that has started a this rebellion on the Varu clan. So plot is action. Withdraw. Theme is prize. Breach. Action is breach. Okay, we'll just leave it for now. So immediate. It says here immediate. We have our immediate task, and we had the lands that in trouble is there's a vengeful outcast that is uh a vengeful outcast. Let's put it here. Let's put it in a new journal entry. Damn it. I can't click on this. Okay, new journal entry. The Great Haven. So current trouble. So we had the vengeful outcast trouble. So let's just say that a vengeful rebel group has been terrorizing several settlements in the Great Haven. Actually, let's just the Great Havens. Current trouble. A vengeful rebel group has been terrorizing several settlements in the Great Havens. The action is breach and prize. So breach, they are trying to breach. The rebel group is now planning on breaching the defenses of the Great Havens to take over everything and to capture or kill the Varu elders. Okay. All right. So that is the current trouble that we have in the Great Havens, and We will start Tana in the Great Havens around this area. Maybe this area right here. Location. The Great Havens. Oh, we're just gonna be determining the city. We're gonna be determining the city right here. Let's try determining. Let's try rolling for the city. Let's take it out for now. Also, I'm gonna need to do this. I think I know how to delete uh empty. God damn it. Empty and empty. Okay, so we're gonna have Tana start here. Go here. Okay, she is currently in the Great Havens right here. She is currently at the Great Havens. And we need to basically determine what is the trouble of that haven. Which is, we determined that a vengeful rebel group has been terrorizing several settlements in the Great Havens. The rebel group is now planning on breaching the defenses of the Great Havens to take over everything take over everything and capture or kill the Baruelos. Maybe we can re-roll the name here. High Home. Oh, that is actually a better name. I think the High Home. High Home. Capture the Pharaoh Elders. Okay, so we got a vengeful outcast here, and the action is breach and prize. So for the challenges, the immediate is to uh let's put this in an extreme one, and let's put this on a formidable one. Immediate. Let me see what's here. Let's see. Where is character creator? Let me see what we can do here. Hmm. So I just Give me one moment. I'm just checking something. Checking something. Checking something. Hello. Okay. Working. Sorry. I'm just testing Discord. So let's see. Vows. Okay, so we have vows. We have an immediate situation must be dealt with. Your inciting incident. You'll find quest starters in chapter 4. In chapter 5, posts and encounters. To learn about your starting vows. Okay, envision your inciting incident. An inciting incident is the problem which arrives at the beginning of the story, propelling the protagonist into action. Everything up to that point is a backstory, the normal world which your character has become accustomed. In Ironsworn, the inciting incident is a tipping point where the forces you undertake of a life of a perilous quest and adventure. To start your character's story, envision an imminent threat or compelling need. You can use the quest starter from this book, talk it out on the table, or ask the oracle. The problem dictates the drives of fresh session and sets your character slowly in motion. What makes good an inciting incident? Make it personal. Why is this important to your character? Envision how this connects to your background and motivations. Also consider you can leverage story themes that are interesting to you as a player. Make it a problem that won't go away on its own. The threats or forces at the heart of the situation will see through, even if you ignore them. Give it a ticking clock. The problem won't wait for you. If you don't act or encounter delays, things will get worse. Make it universal. If you're playing with allies, make this a shared vow. Important to each of you. This creates an opportunity to work together. You're playing solo, make it a threat which expects other people you care about. Up the stakes. Envision complications would make your inciting incident even more dire for you, your family, or your community. Limit the scope. Unlike your background vow, this is a problem that you can and must deal with now. In gameplay terms, swear an iron vow and mark it as troublesome, dangerous, or formidable request. If all goes well, it might be resolved in a session or two. If you don't act, things would get worse. Okay, these suggestions can apply to any vow, but you're especially relevant for an inciting incident. Even if the details are not clear to you, envision how the problem can lend itself to a rich narrative full of drama, conflict, and surprises. A mysterious sickness has struck Cinderholm's overseer. The village's healer brewed draughts, but none offered any relief. The priest prayed, but the gods did not listen. The mystics performed divinations. The shadows did not divulge their secrets. The overseer, your friend, is fading. Without help, she will surely die. To add a bit more drama stakes, the families in your community are now at each other's throats to start a position of the preferred candidate to take up the Iron Cyclet. If the overseer dies, open conflict may break out. The community will be weakened and may not survive the coming winter. The pile stakes. It's like an imperative. You must take on this quest. Okay, so our inciting incident. So basically, our inciting incident, which is our immediate vow, is to stop stop the vengeful rebels from taking over the High Home. High Home. Because if they did take over the High Home, everybody would be fucked. Everybody would be screwed. Not only the elders, but others as well, because you don't know what they will do. They don't know what they're like, what sort of governance that they wanted to do. So this is very dangerous. And from the things that Hannah Blaze Forge has been hearing, she has been hearing violent acts that are performed by the rebels themselves. So it is very important to stop the vengeful rebels from taking over the High Home. So this is a formidable vow that she needed. This is her inciting incident. So set the scene. You have two options for starting play. You can begin with the normal world or in media res. So we'll do that later. We'll just determine the vows, determine the background, because we're still creating Tana. We're not even creating the campaign itself or the truths. Or well, we did actually build the campaign, the bare bones of the campaign. In the meantime, or at least the current arc in the meantime for Tana. So okay. So we have vows. Your inciting incidents. The inciting incident. Stop the vengeful rebels from taking over High Home. Okay, those are our vows. Okay, so bonds. As you build relationships and complete quests on the surface, you create bonds by making Forge a Bond. Bonds provide narrative texture to your world by fleshing out the characters and communities. They give you places to return to and the people you reconnect with. When your life as an Ironsworn is taking its toll, bonds also provide mechanical benefits when you act within a community or interact with someone whom share a bond. For example, the Sojourn move gives you a bonus to your action roll if you have a bond with the community. The bond's progress track to your character sheet represents the connections you have made. When you successfully forge a bond, you mark progress, one tick. When you determine when your time as an Ironsworn is done, you write your epilogue. When you make that move, you tally the number of filled boxes in your bond's progress track as your progress score. See page 14 to learn more about progress track and progress moves. You should start with your first session with up to 3 background bonds. Make a note of your people or the community you share bonds with, and mark up to 3 ticks on your bond progress tab. To learn more about your first session in your starting bonds, see page 193. What is page 193? Okay. Create your world. Mark your background bonds. Okay. So, mark your background bonds. Give yourself up to 3 bonds. These bonds may be a community or an individual. You don't need to make a forge a bond move for these starting bonds. Mark a tick for each bond on your character sheet. If you're playing guided or co-op, you can use the starting bonds as your connection with other player characters. Otherwise, you may establish bonds with those characters through play. If you rather jump into play, you can flesh out the details on your background bonds later. Consider these bonds held in reserve until you decide to bring them into your narrative. If you later introduce a background bond for your character or community, mark the bond. Then envision how this bond was previously established and how this relationship impacts your story. So, you mark one bond for your home village. You also envision an NPC, the clan overseer, who is a good and loyal friend. She's one of our few knows that hold against you. We can remake ourselves, like a broken sword we forge. You don't have any ideas of your third bond, so you keep it in reserve. You decide the background bond with the overseer fulfills the requirement for a Banner-sworn asset. Okay, so bonds. So we have bonds right here. Uh, so bonds. Um, home village, the high home. So we did. Okay, so you mark one bond for your. You make a 4 bond move to the starting. You don't need to mark it a tick a bond on your character sheet. One tick per bond, and make a note of them. You give yourself to the 3 bonds. Page 36. Bonds. There you go. Bonds. Forge a bond move. There's advantages of specific moves. Okay. This is something that I'm kind of confused. We do have a bond, which is the high home, and we mark it as a 1 tick, right? That's what it said. Okay. Where is it again? Where is it again? Okay, bonds. There you go. Bonds. You should start your first session with up to 3 background bonds. Make a note of the people or communities you share bond with and mark up to 3 ticks on your bond progress stack. Up to 3. So we have the bonds right here. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So let's see. Maybe we do it through the moves. Forge a bond. Significant time with a person or community stand together, face hardships. You're gonna tend to create a bond. When you do, roll plus heart. Yeah, it only gives me 1 here. I don't know how to add more bonds. Huh. You have assets here. Bonded. Hmm. I'm kind of confused about the bonds though. Kind of confused about it. Just give me 1 moment here. As you build relationships and complete quests in the service of others, you create bonds by making a forge a bond move. Bond provides narrative texture to your world. Huh. I don't know. I don't know if this is because of the journal itself. I don't know how to add more bonds here because it did say that I can add up to 3 bonds. Hmm. So yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to actually add something here because it only really gives me 1. Okay. Quite confusing. But yeah, let's just leave it at that in the meantime. But it does say that I have three up to three bonds. It does say that I can have at least up to three bonds, but let's just put in the high home here as a bond. Okay. All right. Just put it there here. The abilities. As you suffer hardships and setbacks in your quest, you may need to mark the abilities as the result of the moves and narrative events. Moves will tell you which ability or to mark or give you a choice. The abilities represent temporary, long-term, and permanent disadvantages. Some can be easily cleared with an appropriate move. Others will forever be a part of your character. The abilities should have a narrative impact on how you envision your character's actions and how they react to you. They also have a mechanical impact in reducing your momentum track. Each marked ability reduces your max momentum plus one by one. When you have one marked ability, your momentum reset is plus one instead of plus two. If you have more than one marked ability, your momentum reset is zero. Conditions: wounded. May be marked when you are zero health, prepare to endure harm, you are severely injured and needed a treatment to recover. Taken. May be marked when you are at zero spirit and fail to endure stress. You are despairing or distraught and need to comfort to recover. Unprepared is marked when you are at zero supply and out of supply. Your allies share the same supply value and will mark unprepared to get together. Encumbered is marked as inappropriate with a circumstance when you are carrying excessive or cumbersome weight. With all the abilities, conditions impact your max momentum and momentum reset. In addition, if you are wounded, shaken, or unprepared, you cannot increase the associated track. If you are wounded, you cannot increase health. If you are shaken, you cannot increase spirit. If you are unprepared, you cannot increase supply. If the move gives you an opportunity to raise your health, spirit, or supply while the associated condition is marked, you cannot take that option. You must clear the condition before improving or the related status track. Wounded, shaken, and unprepared can be cleared when you succeed in appropriate moves. For example, scoring a hit on a heal move can clear the wounded condition. The shaken and unprepared condition can generally only be cleared if you find fellowship or gather provisions in the community through the sojourn move. Once you clear the condition, restore your max momentum and momentum reset. You can once again increase the associated track through moves. Unlike other conditions, encumbered is not specifically triggered or resolved by a move. Instead, it should be marked when appropriate to the circumstance. For example, you would mark encumbered if you are carrying an unconscious ally to safety in a perilous situation. Encumbered can also be triggered by an ironclad asset, which allows you to gain an advantage for heavy armor in exchange for marking the condition. Encumbered is cleared when you're lighting the load. So, we have the abilities. Asto. Would Anna have an ability? Let's see if she probably would have an ability. Just give me one moment. See if she would have an ability. When you seek and resolve questions, okay, so we'll just roll again some dice. Roll again some dice. And let's see if Tana Blazeforge has an ability. 10. Oh, okay. That is. Yeah, that is almost certain. Oh, that is yes. Actually, yes. So she does have an ability. Let's ask the Oracle then what ability she might have. For character. What ability she might have? There's another here. Oracle Roller. Let's see. background. Would this be better? I think this is actually better. Could we do this instead? Should we actually let's do this. Anna Blaze roll. Smith. Character goal. Character goal is change her descriptor. Skilled, timid, anxious. Okay, the challenge, perilous. We'll do perilous for her. And what's her scores again? 22113. 1. Add character. Okay, select. So these are tracks, experience, bonds. Okay, conditions, abilities. Oh, I needed to do it here. Okay, so this is the tracker that we have. I think this is better. I think this character sheet is better. Let's use this instead. Because I haven't really like explored the character sheets. But this is probably better. Let me see how it looks here. Okay, it does look good. Okay. Maybe we can just readjust this. Readjust this a little. Okay, sorry about this. Give me a few moments. Okay, we'll just this here and go here. Okay, all right. I guess this would be. I think this would be a better sheet that we can use. We can just use this for now, at least. So everything is set here. Experience, bonds, failure. We have the stats. Background. Section for additional context of your character. Snippets of the background information can be entered in the text below. Logs can be edited and click. Add fiction. Add fiction. Add meta. Okay. Anna. Blazeforge is currently the only surviving member of a once known family of blacksmiths and artisan in the high home and even in the Great Plains, Great Haven. Okay. Hannah Blissburg is going to be the only surviving member, blacksmiths and artisans in Haven. Uh, he he starting from a from a young age. Hannah has already been working. Okay, due to numerous tragedies befell their family and shift of priorities to most shift of priorities of most members of the family. Hannah and her grandfather are the only family that the tradition of forging life. Okay, so let's do this. Vows. So we did change the minds and hearts of the Baru elders. Hannah wanted to change the culture of how to determine the value of a member of their pack by not prioritizing ability of fighting as a factor of members' value. Something. Okay, difficulty is extreme because it the excuse me, changing the minds of people that have been doing the same thing for hundreds of years is quite hard. So it is quite hard. We'll do that. We'll do it on an extreme. Okay. Um, our immediate active vows. Our immediate vow is to stop the threat of the vengeful raider forces. The High Home is currently under the threat of being taken over by a group of outcasts, that formed a raider army. And it's going to under the threat of the raider army. Hannah is determined to prove her worth. by helping on keeping my home safe from these raiders. So this is formidable. This is formidable. We're talking about a rebel group here that are quite skilled in battle. So and this is not something that she can do alone. So this is formidable. Um, maybe currently, her current. Okay, so just two in the meantime. Just two. Quests is okay. Vows is this. Vows are this, but quests are different apparently. So we're not gonna be doing that. Um, Scene challenges, inventory, uh, assets. Okay, characters. We have the character right here. Stats, vows, quests, journeys. Okay. Okay, so that's our character. I think we pretty much had our character unless we forgot something, which is the abilities. Yeah, we're trying to roll to see if she has the ability and which ability would she have. That's the thing though. I think something that we can roll here, or maybe we can just ask. We can ask. You know, we can ask if the ability would be something that would hinder her movement, or okay. Would it be something that would hinder her movement? So we'll just roll then. We'll roll for something then. We'll roll. Hey, hello, Nikolai. Hello, hello. Sorry if I didn't see you right ahead, but hello. Welcome to the stream. So let's see. Oracle roller. Okay, so we're gonna do a roll then to see if the ability is something that would hinder her movement. So here we go. No, it would hinder her senses. 50-50, I guess. I think this is 50-50. From what I remember. From what I remember, this is 50-50. The Oracle. Okay. Give me one moment here. Sorry, I'm having a lot of things here that I needed to close open. This is something that may I mean this is just like okay. Okay, so we will need to determine first if she has a ability. The answer is yes if you roll 11 and higher. The odds is likely. So let's put it at 50-50. Let's put it at 50-50 and see if she would have the ability that would hinder her movement. 20. Okay, so 20. 51 or greater. So no. It will not hinder her movement. This is the ability that doesn't hinder her movement. Would it hinder her senses? 60. So yes, it would hinder her senses. Uh see. So would it be her sight that would be hindered? And this is 50-50 again. So would it be her sight that will be hindered? What is this? 60. Yes. Okay. One part blind or two parts blind? One part blind? Okay, 80. So yes. So maybe she has a scar. Her left eye. And let's check something about the abilities. Narrative impact on how you envision a character's action and how to react to you. You know, mechanical impact reducing your momentum track. Each marked ability reduces your maximum momentum by 1. Okay, so she does have a ability which is her sight. And that will be on one eye. So she probably the conditions, details, abilities. Conditions wounded, shaken, unprepared, encumbered, banes, maimed, corrupted, burdened, cursed, tormented, maybe maimed. What does maimed mean? Maimed may be marked when you are at 0 health and pay to injure the normal. Banes are permanent. They forever impact your character. Okay, we're just not gonna do that then. Wounded, unprepared, encumbered. You know what? Hmm. Let's see. Maybe we can just leave it at that. Maybe we don't. Okay. Uh, we're probably not gonna be doing that. We're probably not gonna be doing the ability. But let's just say that she has her left eye injured. Left eye. Let's just put that. Maybe wounded would do. Wounded. Wounded and maybe mark when you are at 0 health and you are severely injured and you need treatment to recover. Oh, not wounded then. Not wounded. Okay. Maybe we'll just leave it at that. Okay, so next up is Banes. Main may be marked when you are 0 health. Banes are permanent. They forever impact your character through the momentum penalty, and more importantly, through the narrative impact of being main or corrupted. You should factor this ability into how you perform moves and how you interact with the world. You may have physical and emotional limitations you might cope with. Your outlook may change. Your goals and methods may change. How others behave towards you. If you are maimed, envision the injury and make note of it. Consider how this impacts your approach when facing physical challenges, and weave it into your role playing and your moves. When you are corrupted, envision how this impacts your personality and motivations. You may struggle with a new compulsion, fear, or fear. Might be a physical, supernatural sign of corruption. If so, what is it? Oh, okay. So we can actually make her corrupted because she is timid and anxious. It's not really she's not doesn't really have that much of like self-confidence or confidence to talk with others. So that could be the pain, which is corrupted. Your experience will left you emotionally scarred. When you're a threshold, you're losing yourself in darkness. She is quite not too confident of herself. So we're gonna do it at corrupted, alright? Burdens. Curses mark when you face death and return to soulbound quest. Tormented is marked when you face desolation and undertake a quest to prevent a dire future. Burdens are a result of life-changing experiences that leave you bound to quests. Clearing a burden can only be accomplished by resolving the quest. When you are cursed or tormented, you should consider physical and emotional manifestations of these conditions. You have walked the lands beyond death or suffered visions of your greatest fears. What signs do you bear? How do these experiences currently in your relationship? Oh, when you create your character, all the abilities should be unmarked. Okay, so we are not marking any of that. Okay, assets. Assets represent your background, skills, and traits. They give you additional options and bonuses when making a move, or sometimes as their own self-contained moves. Assets provide both mechanical and narrative benefits. For example, you are an herbalist. You gain bonuses on your moves when treating injuries or sicknesses. You can envision your characters identifying plants, diagnosing rare illnesses, and summoning up obscure facts and information about herbal remedies. Even if you aren't making moves, your role colors the interest and manner of your character. Also, expertise may offer story possibilities and new quests when you interact with others. Ironsworn assets are formatted as printable cards. Okay, so asset types. There are four types of assets: companion spats, combat talents, and rituals. You can mix and match assets at your lights, whatever fits your wishes. Companions. Companions are your NPC helpers. When you acquire a companion, give them a name and envision their appearance and personality. If they don't have a starting ability, choose one. Upgrading a companion enables additional abilities. Companion utilize a health track and may suffer harm as a result of one of your moves. When your companion takes damage, make the companion endure harm move to determine the outcome. Pats. Pats represent your background, interest, and training skill. They provided mechanical and narrative advantages, but may also reflect who you are and how you interact with the world. For example, a ritualist would likely have a different outlook than a veteran. Choosing both of these paths can reflect on the evolution of your character or an interesting background. Combat talents. Ironsworn characters are assumed to be skilled fighters. Even without combat talent, you can wield weapons and perform combat moves. A combat talent reflects a particular area of expertise and gives you additional options and bonuses. Combat talent as assets typically require you to wield a specific weapon, as noted on an asset text. For example, if you have a shield bearer, you don't have a shield at the ready, you can't use an asset's abilities. Okay. Rituals. Magic in Ironsworn is cast through rituals which help support your actions or act as unique moves. Like all assets, rituals can be selected as you gain experience and can be upgraded over time to make them more perfectible or powerful. All rituals utilize moves at the default marked ability. You must make this move and the associated action to roll or trigger the effect. Any secondary abilities you gain by upgrading the asset are dependent on performing the rituals described in the default ability. So this is our magic. This is the magic right here, the rituals. Acquiring assets. You may select 3 assets when you create a character. Additional assets can be acquired with experience points when you advance. Some assets can only be obtained after you fulfill narrative or mechanical requirements. This is an action for the experience points cost. The text of the assets will outline the requirements. For example, Banner Sworn requires you to have a marked a bond with the leader of a faction. Okay, Battle Scarred requires you if you are maimed. Ritualist requires you if you fulfill your vow in service to an elder mystic. Forge a bond to train with them. Once you've done that, you may add assets. For assets without a requirement, you should consider the narrative justification on when you add the character. When you have done to gain what have you done to gain its abilities? How have your goals changed to support your focus? Makes the selection meaningful in the context of your story. Okay, so it says here that we can choose 3 assets when we create a character. So let's go to assets and select assets. Let's see. Or let's see. Maybe something that would okay, let's go back here. Campaign. Okay, let's choose asset. Okay. So let's choose what asset should we do here. Combat talent, ritual. First off, okay, let's see if forge. Weapon? Weapon master. Okay. Once you fulfill your vow, formidable raider, it says seasoned warrior, and forge a bond with them. Okay, so this is something that you need to fulfill first. But let me just consult the rulebook. Can only be obtained after you fulfilled narrative or mechanical requirements. Okay. So this is something that I cannot get in the meantime. Weapon master. So black bait. Pass. Maybe we can. Okay, so we can choose a path for now. Alchemist, Amalkin, Banner Sworn, Battle Scarred, Blade Bound. When you mark a bond with a kin blade, the sentient weapon in a kin blade. Imbue the spirit of your ancestor. Oh. What is a kin blade though? We'll check that later. Commander, Dancer, Devotant, Empowered, Fated, Fortune Hunter, Herbalist, Honorbound, Improviser, Infiltrator, Lore Keeper, Loyalist Mask, Oathbreaker, Outcast, Pretender, Revenant Rider, Ritualist, Shadowkin, Sighted, Slayer, Bound, Story Weaver, Trickster, Veteran, Waterborn, Wayfinder, Weapon Master, Wild Blood, and Wraith. Right. Wild Blood. I don't know if China would be a Wild Blood. But let's see. Commander, Dancer, Devoted, Empowered. I wanted this blade bound thing. In blade. Let me see if there's anything about kin blades here. Kin blade. Okay. Let's see. Says can be if you share an iron vow to become a skilled sword master, you can mark the progress, taking out training. Oh, okay. So connecting your asset to your vows. Excuse me. Hmm. You swear to recover your family's ancestral sword from a notorious raider. When you do, you are blade bound. Oh, okay. Hmm. We can make it as a we can make it as a vow so we can get blade bound. Huh. Let's see. Yeah, we can make it probably as another thing on our vows. Active vows. Okay. Um, dangerous. Find the fang. Find the white fang. Reading from Anna's the Blaze Forger, the old journals of her grandfather. Uh, there is supposedly a sword that supposedly a sword that said to have a magnificent powers and was a symbol of the Blaze Forge family's legacy blacksmiths. Sword that is said to have magnificent powers and was a symbol of the Blaze Forge family's legacy. Blacksmith. Finding this sword, White Fang, might be key. Successfully push back, stop forces, rebel forces, raider forces. Okay, so this would be dangerous, and I'm gonna add a bow here. Leading this would give blade bound asset. Okay, this is dangerous, and we're gonna add a bow here. Find the white fang. Okay, we're not gonna put it on quests. We're just gonna put it on vows. Because like this is the whole goal here is to get the blade bound asset, and I think that will be cool as well for her to find that mythical sword that her family apparently is apparently like their magnum opus, their best work for the whole history of her family. This magnificent sword of utmost power, which is the White Fang. So we're gonna be we are gonna be setting this as one of her vows, one of Tana's vows to find that sword. You know, because this would connect to this, stop the threat of the vengeful raider forces, which would connect to this, change the minds and hearts of the various elders. Uh, so yeah, we're gonna go do that. Active vows. We're gonna add that so we can get the blade bound asset. But let's go back to our assets. Um, it is said that we can check up to 3. Fortune Hunter. When you swear an iron vow to someone under the promise of payment, add +1 and give request a special mark. We successfully. Hmm. Well, to make a move where resources are a factor. Oh, trading. You may suffer. Okay. Well, she is a trader as well. She is a trader. She is a weapons merchant. So maybe we can add this. Fortune Hunter. When you swear an iron vow to somebody under the promise of payment, add +1 to give the quest a special mark. When you successfully fulfill your vow to them, take plus wealth equal to the rank of the quest. When you leverage wealth, make a move. So basically, whenever we complete a mission for somebody, we will add additional resources to our thing. So Fortune Hunter. So let's put in Fortune Hunter to our thingamajig here. Fortune Hunter. Fortune Hunter. Where's Fortune Hunter? Can't find it. I can't find it. I can't find it. Mm. Dancer, devotee. There you go. Fortune Hunter. All right. So we add that asset here, and we can mark it if you wanted. There you go. There's some marks. So one more or two more. What's that again? Track augmentation of asset by clicking on the icon on the asset card. Augmented assets would have a gold icon. Oh, okay. So I can like this. Augmented. Um. So what? Another one that we can use. Loyalist. When you aid your ally. I would imagine that she's a loyalist because she wanted to help people. Yeah, she wanted to help people more to be like useful and helpful to others. Um, yeah, she would like do whatever she can to actually like help her allies and help others as well. I would imagine her being a loyalist. Would imagine her being a loyalist as well. So let's add that. Let's add that. Loyalist. Oh, loyalist. When you add when you aid your ally, add +1 and take +1 momentum on a hit. This is an addition to the benefits taken by your ally. When an ally makes an endure stress move in your company, they add +1 and take +1 momentum on a hit. So basically, this is like a helping stuff. Um, Now here's the question: would Tana have a pet? So let's determine that by using the dice. So let's see if Tana would have a pet. Let's based on her personality. If we would base it on her personality, I would say that she would have. But let's still determine. But it is highly likely that she would have one. Highly likely. Okay, highly likely that she would have one, or almost certain. Okay, let's do likely. Let's do likely. I would put it on highly likely she would have one. So let's roll. 80. Okay, she does have one. Okay. Have a pet. Let's see. Let's see what pet she would have. Uh, Companion. Sheep lion, giant spider, hawk, horse, hound, kindred, mammoth, owl, raven, and young wyvern. Let's see. We can roll for this. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so D10. We can roll for this. So we'll start at Cave Lion D1, Young Wyvern D10. So here we go. Let's roll for this. Let's roll for this. 1d10. And here we go. 3. What is 3? 3 is 1, 2, 3. A hawk. Oh, a hawk can aid you when it's aloft. When you undertake a journey and when you resupply by hunting for small game. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would also I would imagine Tana would have a hawk. She would like scan the surroundings, make sure that everything is okay. I think that she would do that. Yeah. I think that she would like have a hawk with her. Maybe a hawk that she cared for ever since it was small, and she saw it on a forest with her with its wings broken, and she would take care of the hawk until it nursed to health, and the hawk just stuck with her ever since because the hawk doesn't want to go away. And I would also imagine her having a hawk, making sure that scan the area for anything, and this also helps her scavenge with her travels. So yeah, let's add in the hawk for that. What's the name of the hawk? uh, Hawk, add asset. Okay, and this is their health, the hawk's health. Okay, so let's determine the hawk's name. Let's roll for the hawk's name. Character roll. Draco. Oh, Draco. And let's determine the descriptor. Uh, Friendly, armed, careless. This is a rather. It's friendly, but it's also spunky. Draco. Let's add that to the background. Add fiction. As during her younger years, Anna would come across an injured chick that fell off a tree, being accosted by a, a vulture, maybe a vulture. Um, Vulture wouldn't be in a forest by snake, maybe snake. Away, this Anna discovered that the chick turns out to be a young hawk, nursing it back to health. Nursing it back to health. The hawk was grown fond with Tannis, caring that it did not leave her side ever since. She named the hawk Rico. Courage in Varu language. Let's add attraction. During her younger years, Tana would come across an injured chick that fell out of the tree, being accosted by a snake. Shooing away the snake, Tana discovered that the chick turns out to be a young hawk. Nursing it back to health, the hawk grows fond with Tana's caring and not so much typos here. Caring and love that it did not leave her side ever since. She named the hawk Draco, means courage in Rao language. Okay. All right. Um. Okay, so that is it for the assets. We have a fortune hunter, loyalist, and hawk. Hawk Tua. Hawk Tua. Sorry about that. Let's see. Blup, 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 blup. What's next? What's next? Uh, okay. Where is it? Your character. There you go. Uh, additions, assets. Okay, we're finished with assets. Companion abilities. Upgrading assets. When you spend experience to upgrade an asset, you fill in the dot on your asset card to show how you acquired the ability. All assets include 3 abilities. The first will probably be filled when you purchase the asset. If not, you get to choose one of the 3 abilities to start. Upgrading your asset costs 2 experience. Abilities may be selected in any order. You don't have an asset in the second ability to upgrade a third one. So that means we have these. Yeah, we have these as like our initial abilities. What did they say about companions? Companions are your NPC helpers when you envision their appearance and personality. If you don't have a starting ability, choose one. Okay. So we're gonna be choosing one here. So you hawk, you aid in far seeing, fierce, and vigilant. Let's just go fierce because he's fiercely loyal to Tana. Vigilant. Maybe we can go with vigilant for now. Maybe we can go vigilant for now. Because again, Tana would be very, very cautious with making sure that no dangers are ahead. You know, she doesn't really want any confrontation if she cannot help it. So you would probably train Draco to scan the surroundings. Okay. Okay, so yeah, upgrading assets. Upgrade your assets to fill the dot on your asset card to show the acquired ability. All assets include 3 abilities. The first one will probably be filled. If not, you get to choose one of the 3 abilities to start. Upgrading the asset costs 2 experience. Abilities may be selected in any order. You don't have to activate the second ability to upgrade the third one. Okay. Asset provides one or more functions. They provide bonuses, specific moves. They allow you to alter the outcome by moving of a move by re-rolling dice. They provide improved outcomes for successful moves. They give you an option to exchange one resource for another. They allow you to use moves in unusual circumstances. They allow you to use different stat instead of the one normally required by a move. They provide unique self-contained moves. They add a narrative detail and create situations where you can reveal more about your character and your world. Okay, so we got the assets down. Ability requirements, narrative circumstances, and the outcome of fail boosts may force you to situations where you can leverage a key asset, making your adventure more challenging and dramatic. For example, if you don't have an animal pet, you can perform the bind ritual. If you undertake a journey without your horse companion, you won't gain the bonus. If you are an archer who has run out of arrows, you'll have to try something else. If you make a move using an asset, take a moment to ensure that properly positioned and equip those abilities. So basically, like every move or every asset has a requirement for it to work, depending on the move that you will make. So, for example, if you're like traveling, you would use the undertake a journey move. Whatever bonuses that this gives, you won't get the bonuses if you don't have the appropriate asset that gives out that bonus, such as the horse. So yeah, it's case basis whether the asset will be usable or not on a particular move. Using companion abilities. If you have a companion, leveraging their abilities is an option, not a requirement. Through the fiction, you can interact with your companion and have them perform tasks, assist you without use one of your asset abilities. For example, a horse companion can put you in a position to travel at speed or get away from danger. When you leverage a companion's ability, you are inherently putting them at risk. If you roll a 1 on your action dice when aided by your companion, any negative outcome of the move should involve your companion. Depending on the circumstances, they might suffer harm, be put in danger, become separated from you, or refuse your commands. Inflicting harm on companions. When a companion suffers physical damage, you make the companion endure harm. Move. When their health is 0, they are in danger of being killed. Some moves are sojourn, make camp, offer options to your companion to recover health. Slaying companions. Your companion with skill to give yourself 1 experience worth for each mark ability, then remove the asset. If you acquire the same type of companions with a narrative of your quests or journeys, you can rebuy the asset at the normal cost. Okay. Feeling an asset move. For the sake of brevity, moves within an asset do not usually describe a result on a miss. If an asset offers a safe contained move and doesn't provide a specific consequence for a miss, you can leverage the miss result of the face danger move. On a miss, you fail, your progress is undermined by a dramatic or costly turn of events. Pay the price. In short, make something negative happen as appropriate to the circumstance. Failed rituals. Dabbing in the mystic arts is dangerous, and the results can be unpredictable. If the ritual goes wrong, envision what sort of backlash would be possible, or ask the oracle. You may find a mystic backlash table on page 189. Failing a ritual may also lead to an entirely mundane result. Perhaps you were ambushed in the midst of a ritual, or you waste time, suffer a negative momentum or resource, suffer a negative supply. You may choose to save any overt supernatural backlash when in a special circumstance, such as when you roll a match. Using asset cards. Booklets of asset cards are available to now. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So to start, select 3 assets. Since this is a key aspect of your character, feel free to choose assets and the first step in the encounter. Okay. So yeah, we did choose 3 assets. When you fulfill your vow, you gain experience. The amount of experience is based on the rank of the quest and ranges from 1 to 5 points. Mark X on your character sheet for each point you earn. You advance, you spend experience to purchase assets or upgrade an asset. Replace X for each point spent with a filled-in dock. Per advance move, you may add a new asset by spending 3 experience, or upgrade an asset by spending 2 experience. To start, your experience is unmarked. Basically, this is how you level up. Whenever you fulfill your vow, you gain experience. And when you gain experience, you can spend them to upgrade your assets. Basically, upgrade your skills, abilities, companions, past. So, for example, we have the Fortune Hunter here. So, this is the starter ability that we get for Fortune Hunter. But when, let's say, we spent 2 experience to upgrade This fortune hunter, we will gain this ability. When in community or trading, you may suffer negative one health wealth instead of +2 supply. So, and take +2 supply. So we gain that ability from the past. But right now we're starting at the first skill. Or if we spend 3 experience points, we can select a new asset to add here. So yeah, that's how upgrading an experience works. Equipment. Make note of any important equipment or items to start with. These are things that might impact the narrative and the moves you make or provide texture to your character's background. They don't offer mechanical bonuses instead unless they are represented by an asset, such as a weapon used in a combat talent. You can assume you are equipped for travel and adventure as represented by your supply track. Don't worry about managing rations or ammo or other mundane necessities. There's no limitations by the rules, but envision your character's place in society and consider the availability excuse me. Consider the availability of resources in your version of Ironlands. By default, a fine sword or set quality armor is rare and marks you as somebody of note. It influences how others interact to you and your fiction of your game. If you want to begin your adventures as a typical Ironlander, envision yourself outfitted with cheap, mundane gear. A hand-me-down set of quilted armor, a ratty traveling cloak, a battered wooden shield, a spear, and a worn knife. Improving your lot in life can be a part of your narrative journey. To start, make note of any items which have a narrative impact on equipment which relates to your assets. Keep it simple. Well, we don't really have any assets that have. We don't really have any assets that have like that grants us a weapon. However, what we can do is maybe just add that as we go along the way because I'm thinking of like starting this at her home. Starting this at her home to embark in a journey. uh like what do you call it? Like letting her grandfather know that she will now embark in a journey and take her ritual, take her trial to get her own Keth. So, so which is something that we can add as a vow. Complete trials and receive. Uh, maybe it's formidable. Coming, that's a rite of adulthood. The My Home pack. One must go through the trial. This involves making a significant contribution to the pack. Hannah swore. Hannah swore to get her own guests. Make her place a rightful member. Okay, so let's put it in difficulty. Okay. All right. So yeah, for the weapons, we can just do that. We can probably just do that on our adventure. Or let's just say that she does have a sword, but she doesn't have like any assets to like this one, sword master. When you strike, you will if you wield a sword. This is like just an ability as a bonus um to her when she wields a sword, if she wields a sword. But let's just say that she already wields a sword, but she doesn't have the sword master yet, sword master asset yet. So we'll just leave it into that. Okay. Becoming Ironsworn. In your first session, envision your current situation. Something happened or is about to happen, which puts you on the path of the Ironsworn. This is the inciting incident. Make it personal. Give it teeth. It's not a situation you can just walk away from. You set things right. If you need inspiration, something that we already okay. So character creation summary. Um, make note of any important equipment or items. Hmm. We can put in some items there. Background. That's hmm. How should I add the bonds then? Or we just leave it alone? That's journeys, scene challenges. Hmm. Okay. All right. So I guess we are pretty much done with Tana. Tana Blazeforge, our shy and timid, anxious blacksmith. So this is Tana, and maybe we can find the picture of her. Maybe we can find a picture of her next time. But once we start our first session. But yeah, select location and click on the map. Let's put it here. Um, wait, settlement location name. Let's put it here. My home. Waterfall, wall, wildflower field, glade. Maybe foothills, plateau, volcano, conifer forest, salt flats. Trouble is rebel raider threats. Vengeful raider threat. Uh, put in contested. Let's put in the contested one. Save location. My home. All right. So bond. Um. Yep, we do have a bond here. NPCs. Uh, Hi Home, Teravaru, Wuin, Trapper. Optimistic, gain power and influence. Hostile, the acquisition of knowledge. Next known location is High Home. Material boon, involving a group supported to the players. Maybe let's just have food to eat. Advance a settlement. Vagrant, Baker, Guide. Mystic. Tax collector? Thief, mercenary, mystic, fisher, traveler, herder. Toiler, adventurer, forester, miller, tracker, shooter. Okay. Affectionate. Material boon involving a group supported to the players. That's locations. Buwin. Okay. Largest of the Varu settlement around the Haven. Not Salt Flats. Rage. Uh, Forest. Summit. River. Painted Hills. Not a hideout. Steading. Maybe steading would do. Okay. Save location. High home. Alright. Okay, make note of items. So we need to add items for Tana here. Let's see. Asset. Oh, inventory. Okay, there you go. Maybe a necklace. A fang necklace. Hmm. Uh, a necklace. The shape of a fang that Tana's father gave before passed away. Said that this will protect Tana and will be her own fang. Okay. All right. So what else do we do? We do have a background vow. We do have an inciting incident and swear an iron vow. Okay. So I think we're done. I think we're done with Anna's stats, background, character, anything, everything. You know. So we're basically that. We're basically good. So we're gonna delete this logs. fiction events. Okay, let's do fiction then. All right, so that we can just type it manually. Journal, campaign log, word. Okay, world truths. We are now making the world truths. Moves. So we actually know everything about moves. We kind of like went through that. So maybe what we can do is start making our campaign. Your character moves your world. Okay. The regions, your truths. Okay. For each category in the section, choose one of the three options to make it through to your version of the Islands. Your choices set the background and tone of your campaign, and may inspire vows through the quest artist listed in each option. Not happy with any of the choices? You can also make your own truth. Some choices in one category may contradict the choice you make in another, so feel free to bend and twist these options to fit your unique version of the Islands. If you find a particular choice to be evocative and interesting, make it work in the setting and implied with your other choices. You can even select multiple choices within the single category. There are no rules here. Seeming contradictions can be foundation of interesting stories. Your choices may impact your characters and the assets you might be reasonably select. For example, if magic is rare or unknown to the world, rituals can be ignored or themed in such a way to make them more about superstition and subtlety. Feel free to build your world around your characters and let the world influence limit your options. Don't get mired in the building and the detail of your setting before you start playing. Leave room for inspiration and surprises. As you play, fill in the blanks to further deepen your narrative in the world. You may even discover that some of your choices make here, which reflect the common knowledge of the people, aren't the actual truth after all. The following make it easy to print, mark your choices. Okay. So the old world. So the old world is something that we can choose. Um, things about the old world. So this is the first one. The savage clans go the skull they invaded the kingdoms of the old world. Our armies fell. Most of us were killed and taken into slavery. Those who escaped set sail aboard anything that would float. After an arduous months-long voyage, the survivors made landfall upon the Iron Lands. Okay. Second one is the sickness moved like a horrible wave across the old world, killing it all in its path. Thousands fled aboard ships. However, the plague could not be outrun. On many ships, the disease was contained through ruthless measures. Tossing overboard any who exhibit the slightest symptoms, other ships were forever lost. In the end, those who survived found the islands and made it in your new home. Some say you will forever be chosen to those who were left behind. So this is more of like, oh, it's a disease. This is an invasion and escaping from an invasion. This is more of the disease. The old world could no longer sustain us. We were too large in number. We have failed in the forest. Our crops are withered and barren ground. The cities and villages overflowed with desperate, hungry people. Petty kings battled for scraps. We cast our fate in the sea and found the islands, a new world, a fresh start. Maybe this one would work. Decades ago, the Exodus ended since there are no ships in the sail beyond the old world. Until now, word comes out that a single, newly arrived route across the vast ocean, grounded on the rocks of the barrier islands. When you hear the name of the ship, you swear to uncover the fate of its passengers. Why is it so important to you? Okay, so we choose that. Iron. What is iron? So for iron, the imposing hills and mountains of the Ironlands are rich with iron ore. Most prized are Starforged black iron. Oh, okay. So this is definitely one. Found for the distant Soundlands. But let's read in the other ones. Maybe we can add some things in here. The weather is bleak, rain and wind sweep from the oceans. The winters are long and bitter. One of the first settlers complained, only those who made an iron dare to live in this foul place. Thus our land was named. Nope. Inscrutable metal pillars are found throughout the land. They are iron gray and smooth as river stone. No one knows their purpose. Some say they are as old as the world. Some say they are iron priests, such as the iron priests. Worship them and swear vows upon them. Most make their warding sign and hurry along the way where they happen to cross one. The pillars do not tarnish, and even the sharpest blade cannot mark them. Let's add this other one. Legacies. We are the first humans to walk these lands. Other humans settled here before the old world untold years ago. The those left in is a savage feral people we call the Broken. Is their fate become our own? Before the Ironlanders, before the firstborn, another people lived here. The ancient ruins are found throughout the Ironlands. Oh, this is communities. They are few in number in this accursed land. Most rarely have contact with anyone outside the world. I don't think it's rare. We lived in communities called circles. These are settlements ranging to signs of the steading to a few families to a village of several hundred. Some circles belong to a nomadic folk. Some powerful circles might include a cluster of settlements. We trade and sometimes feud with other circles. We upward the Islands into our home. Village within the havens are connected by well-trod roads. Um, okay, so this is good. Leaders. Leadership is varied as the people. Some communities are governed by the head of the powerful family, or they have council of elders who make decisions and settle disputes. In others, the priest holds sway. For some reason, those in the circle that decide. Different community has their own leader, called an overseer. Every 7th spring, the people affirm their current overseer or choose a new one. Numerous clan chiefs rule over petty domains. Most are intent of becoming one true king. The squabbles will be in our doing. Maybe we go with an overseer. Defense. Here in the islands, supplies are too precious and the lands are too sparsely populated. The people stand together to protect their own. The wardens are soldiers, guerrilla and militia. The wardens, war bands are rallied to strike on our enemies to defend our holdings. No, not nearly as impressive as the armies that once marched the old world. These forces are well trained and equipped with the communities can manage. Maybe we can go with wardens. Mysticism. Some still find comfort in the old ways. They call on mystics to divine the fortune of the newborn and ask them to perform rituals to invoke a bountiful harvest. Others act out of fear against those who suspect or have in power. However, most folk believe true magic, if ever existed, is lost to us now. So this is very low magic. Magic is rare and dangerous, but those few who wield the power are truly gifted. Magic courses through land as the river flows through the hills. The power is there for those who chose to harness it. Even the common folk often know a helpful ritual to. So let's just make it so rare and dangerous. How about rare and dangerous? Huh. Maybe rare and dangerous. That would make it a little bit more interesting. Make it a little bit low magic. I don't know if a common folk would know a helpful ritual. Make it a little bit special. Religion. A few Irelanders make signs of mumble prayers out of a habit or tradition. But most believe that the gods long ago abandoned us. The people honor old gods and new. In these harsh lands, a prayer is simple but a powerful comfort. Where gods are many, they make themselves known through manifestations and miracles. Some say they even secretly walk among us. Among us. The priest conveys the wills of the gods and holds sway over many communities. Maybe we'll go with this. Simple but powerful comfort. Firstborn. The Firstborn has passed into legends, since the remnants of the old tribes still dwell in the forests and high mountains. Most believe they were never anything more than a myth. The firstborn live in isolation and fiercely protective in the lands. The firstborn holds sway in the islands. The elves of the deep forest and the giants of the hills tolerate us, but even trade with us. For now, Ireland's fear the day that they decide we are no longer welcome here. Uh, we'll do this. They still trade every now and then, but it's more of like they're tolerating us. Beasts. The beasts of old are nothing but legend. A few who travel into the deep forests and high mountains return with wild tales of monstrous creatures. We are obviously delusional. No such thing exists. Monstrous beasts stalk the wild areas of the islands. Beasts of all sorts roam the islands. They dwell primarily in the reaches, but range into the settled lands to hunt. They often prey on cattle, but attacks on travelers, caravans, or even settlements are not uncommon. Let's go this one. They're more common. Nothing but stories to frighten children. Horrors. We are aware of the dark forests and deep waterways where monsters lurk in those places. In the depths of the long night, when all is wreathed in darkness, only fools venture beyond their homes. The dead do not rest in the islands. Night of light torches scatter salt and post sentries at the gate. It's not enough. They are coming. To second one. There's a modicum of like truth in there, but not too much to make it super grim. Okay, so we did determine our truths. And we will keep track of that as we go along. Uh, okay, we're done with that. I think this will be just things that we just read. Mapping your journeys. To keep track on your details in your word, download the Black Iron Man's map, which I do have. So we do have something here that we can track the locations and settlements. And right now we have the first one. My home. So we have a very first settlement here, the high home, and this is where we would start. So okay, we got everything settled here. We just needed to posts and encounters. Okay, I think we're pretty much done. We're pretty much done with character creation, session 0 and session. Well, we got like our things here. The campaign itself, the Ironlands. We got our character, which is Tana, Blazeforge, and we got our vows here. Her current vows. We even have a little bit of her backstory. Active journeys, we don't have one because we're gonna be determining that on session 1, which is probably somewhere around next week. Maybe around the end of this week as well. We're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be doing session 1. The Ironlands, Tana's journey. Do we have an option to actually name the campaign? Okay, so we have the moves here. Roller. We do have the roller here. Okay. Maybe we can just roll through this. Maybe we can just, do the dice. I love the dice, but we can also roll it here. But anyway, yeah, we do have now the option to do that. To do that. We do now have the option to actually play Iron Forge. And we're gonna be doing that next week because this week we're gonna be going back to playing Final Fantasy 6. We are gonna be going back to Final Fantasy 6, playing more of that probably tomorrow or on Tuesday my time. And yeah. I'm also gonna be planning to do GTA RP around Thursday or Friday. I'm gonna be doing GTA RP. I kind of already have like a schedule for this week. I will definitely stream a lot more this week. We're gonna be doing Ironsworn somewhere around this week, maybe Thursday or Wednesday, and we're gonna be doing tomorrow or Tuesday Final Fantasy 6. That will be a stream as well, and Friday would be GTA RP. We're gonna be going back to GTA roleplay. All right. So yeah, just give me one moment. Let me just turn off this. Just turn off this music and go back because we're actually about to end. Fortunately, this is something. This is where we'll just pick it up. Let's pick it up next time. So anyway, I'm just gonna eat a bit and then sleep. Oh, who's that? Who are you? Oh, you're big. Wait, you're big. Wait. You're. Wait. Wait. I don't even know if you are being captured on stream.
And it's saying Filipino Obama under.
No, are you being captured on stream? I think I turned off the Discord thingy. Okay. Yeah. Hello. I'm actually about to end. I'm about to end. I'm hungry. God damn it. Okay, I'm just gonna extend for an hour, I guess. It's gonna extend for an hour. Okay, alright. Anyway, I just finished like creating very first character in Ironsworn Solo tabletop role playing game. Took me like 4 hours for creating both the character and the setting. Using the all of the rules. If you wanted to watch that, there will be a VOD later. But yeah, I actually created Tana Blazeforge. Tana Blazeforge. This is something that I rolled. This is not something that I came up with. I rolled for it. The first name at least. She's basically a blacksmith and she's a Varu. That means she's a furry. Hey, I rolled it and I didn't. I swear I rolled it. I didn't choose it. I rolled for it. I rolled for her race, and she is a Varu, which means she is a half wolf, half human hybrid, and she is a blacksmith. She is a shy, timid, anxious, but skilled blacksmith, and almost everything here is rolled. Basically, almost everything on her stats, her background. Well, not really exactly stats, but her background, her history. Like, I made some history here. Tana Blazeforge is currently the only surviving member of a once known family of blacksmiths and artisans in the High Home, and even in the Great Haven. Due to numerous tragedies befell her family, and a shift of priorities to most members of the family, Tana and her grandfather are the only members of the family that keeps the tradition forging alive. So that's basically her backstory. Very simple because we're gonna be determining it as we play along, which I'm gonna be playing the first session probably around Thursday. Because I have, yeah, 4 hours. Because I had to like come up with shit with the roles that I'm getting. Because almost everything about Tana's background and in her stats are rolled by an oracle. So if we look at the if you look at the stream, I have this thing, which is a dice, and I can roll the dice right here. I can choose. I can choose a dice. Boop, boop, boop. You want to make a character? Okay, all right, all right. Okay, that will be good. That will be good. I can guide you through making a character. Okay, so we'll make a character. So on Discord? Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. What the? I'm sorry. Fuck you. Yes. Yes, fuck me. Fuck me. Yes. Just do. Okay, here you go. Shared screen. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is a narrative, super heavy narrative driven game. So almost everything that you will add on your character must be narratively sound, because you have like a lot of free reign on how you would shape your character in this one, because it's all about improv. It's all about what the oracle gave you. You have to like interpret it yourself. You can either roll for it or think about it, but most of the time you can roll. If you're stuck in an idea, or if you're stuck not having any idea, you can roll for it. But the oracle would only give you like a sentence or a phrase, and then you need to expand on that. So that's basically how it goes. So anyway, characters. Okay, so what we're going to do first. Mhm. Yeah. What's the gender? Yeah. What I did earlier is I chose a name and I chose the gender for that. I just rolled for names. I came up with 6 names and I rolled a 1d6. For example, let's roll a name. Alfar. That kind of sounded. Okay, alright. We'll go Alfar. Alfar Aladdin de la Cruz. Okay, Alfar. Roll. What's the roll? Let's roll for them. Forager. Would you like this? Yeah. Desert forager. So desert nomad. And it doesn't have to be like food, or maybe it's like relics. Maybe it's artifact. An artifact forager. Yeah, or maybe a thief. Yeah, I kind of like remember the character from Final Fantasy VI, Locke. He's a thief, but he calls himself an adventurer, a fortune hunter. But he's a thief. He just calls himself that. So forager, maybe artifact hunter. Artifact hunter. Okay. Character goal. Get revenge. Stole something from him? Because he's an artifact hunter. Hmm. So yeah, somebody made it first to an artifact that he's eyeing for, and he got petty. Take it back. Get revenge. Wants to have something back that he should have. Okay. Character descriptor. Let's sort of wait. Dangerous. Oh, dangerous. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so we'll keep it that. So it's Alfar. He's an artifact hunter that wants to have something back that he should have that was stolen from him technically, and he's dangerous. So okay, yeah, and desert artifact hunter. Okay, desert, because there is a desert part in this map here. There's a kind of the desert part. Well, it's not really desert. It's more snow. But there should be like something here. Maybe we can have this as like the desert. I mean, fuck it. We just change the landscape. uh, the characters. Okay, so here's a quick rundown of the stats. So we have edge, heart, iron, shadow, and wits. So basically, what edge is, it determines your yeah, strength. Okay, let me just pull out. Let me just fucking pull out the the rules real quick. Basically, your edge is your martial prowess, your skills in battle, your martial knowledge, your ability to strike effectively. Basically, it's not even like physical strength. Well, it could be physical strength, but it's your proficiency with martial stats. Okay, there you go, stats. So edge is basically quickness. Oh, I'm sorry. Edge is is dexterity. I'm sorry, it's dexterity. So it's quickness, agility, and prowess in range combat. Heart is your courage, willpower, empathy, sociability, and loyalty. So iron is your physical strength. Oh, iron is your physical strength, endurance, aggressiveness, and prowess in close combat. Shadow, it's sneakiness, deceptiveness, and cunning. Wits is expertise, knowledge, and observation. So those are the five stats. Now, depending on the campaign, I set the campaign on perilous. Perilous is like the normal one. Challenge is like easy mode because you have like better stats, and grim is like you have zero as a dump stat. So we'll go perilous just to make it easy. So what do you think Alphar would have? Yeah. So we'll put in, yeah. The setting that I'm using doesn't have one. Doesn't have one. But who knows, maybe. Who knows? The setting itself doesn't have one, but who knows? We'll do that as we go along. But in starting equipment, no. We do have range weapons, which is basically your expertise, knowledge, observation. So his three would be his wits. A two, maybe wits and edge would be a two. Shadow would be the three. No, we only can use we can only can distribute twos on two stats. So 3, 2, 2, 1, 1. Yeah, Shadow would be three because he's sneaky. And then H3, Shadow 2. But he's also sneaky and deceptive, you know? He can, talk his way out of things or sneak his way out of it. Yeah, Heart and Iron in one. Well, you would develop them. And as probably as much as possible, he wouldn't like any, physical harm on himself as much as possible. Oh yeah, he's basically Indiana Jones. He's he's a lot more deceptful. So, oh maybe, I I think we would probably meet Tana. So that character, because yeah, Ironsworn, I don't really have to play one character. I can actually play a group if I wanted to, a group of characters. But the thing is, you can play it solo and you can play it with a group, and you can play it without a DM. So that's how the system works. So yeah, Alfar. So we're gonna go into his background. Oh, why which? Okay. We're gonna go to stats. So this is his stats. So momentum, health, spirit. This is his trackers. He has the health, spirit, and supply. The momentum. So let's do vows first, because vows, it's good to actually have vows first, because this would determine your assets. What things that you will be getting that is related to their vows. But we can do assets first. Um, Assets are basically like skills, abilities, or even companions that your character may have that is narratively sound, that what they could have or what they could possess as an ability or skill. And we would choose three of them. So, first question is, would Alfar have a companion? We can roll for it if you want. Okay. Yeah. So, anyway, what we will do is to consult the oracle for this. So I'm gonna roll a d100, and I'm gonna determine first how likely it is for Alfar to have a pet or a companion, and will determine if he will have a companion or not. So, would you think that Alfar would have a companion, or he's probably somebody that works alone, or so 50-50? Okay, so that means if I set it to 50-50, that means I need to roll 51 or higher to answer yes. So let's roll some dice. Roll some dice. Roll some dice. Oh, 1d20. No. No. Uh, D100. Okay, so 51 higher, yes. Ooh, yes. Okay, so if he would, so it's yes. So if he would have a companion, you have several choices here. You would have a cave lion, a giant spider, a hawk, a horse, a hound, a kindred, which is basically another person, and a mammoth, an owl, a raven, or a young wyvern. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you want, we can roll a d10, or we could. Okay, roll d10. Let's roll for it then. D10. Mammoth. 6. So that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another person. So this is what it does. So if you have a kindred companion, first off, we need to choose a skill on the start if we get this asset. So we can either do skilled, which means when you make a move outside of combat aided by your companion's expertise, add +1. So basically, if your companion is an expert on something and you made and you performed an action that relates to that expertise, you will gain a +1 on the roll. So this is skilled. Shieldkin, when you clash battle alongside your companion, or when you face danger against an attack by standing together, add +1. So get +1 if you and your companion are sharing like or in a battle with a target, a single target, or a single group. Bonded. Once you mark a bond with your companion, add +1 when you face desolation in the present. So when you face desolation, basically what face desolation is as a move. Face desolation. When you are brought to the brink of desolation, roll +heart. When you roll a critical hit or a critical success, you resist and press on. When you roll just a normal success, choose one. Your spirit or sanity breaks. Basically, several things would happen when you face desolation. You're facing the face of adversity, basically, and your kindred. If you and your kindred are facing desolation, you'll have +1 on the roll, on the action roll. So, Fieldkin. Or we can change this one. We can roll for another. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so 1d4? Okay, d4 if one reroll. Alright. 3. That means this. Bonded. Okay, okay. So, what did we roll again? Fieldkin, okay. When you clash battle alongside your companion, or when you face danger against an attack by standing together, add +1. Alright. Shieldkin. Okay, NPCs. We're gonna random NPC this. Race is a troll. Their name is Sniffle. Their role is a traveler. Their goal is build a relationship. Oh, they wanted to build a relationship with Alphar. Friend. 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 Love you. Alphar. Sniffle love. Alphar. Sniffle. Alphar friend. Alphar best friend. And Roll is disfigured. Oh, poor baby. Sniffle. Maybe he's like his disfigured features. He has this very big nose that always have like snot. Hmm. That's why his name is Sniffle, because he always sniffles. Oh, the failure conversation, the failures of an NPC. He keeps on like failing. Yeah. Sniffle. Yeah, disfigured. Wait, give me one moment. Give me one moment. DMs. Oh, oh, oh. Shugging, it's shugging. Oh, but yes, yes, yes. Sniffles. That's Sniffles. Is he small, like just small, or would you like to make him big? He's a small troll. Oh, trolls are usually big, but he's the smallest. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's his disfigurement. He's small. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sniffle is a troll. Let me delete this. This is something that I just rolled. Alfar's friend. Al- Alfar's air quotes friend. Abnormal. Smaller than most trolls. Really love Alfar. Really love Alfar. Traveler because he's a nomad, like he's a scavenger, like he's basically an urchin or conversation. The failures of an NPC always usually would fail. usually would usually fails. Yeah, fails because no hands. Uh, oh, he like bites things that he carries. And he has a bond. Yeah, let's add a bond in that. Yeah, and because bonds would give you like bonuses to advancements when you level up. If there's like if advance, if you advance, use you basically if you advance, if you have a bond with somebody, and you have it them as a companion, they would you would get additional experience points, I think. So basically, yeah. Oh, Sniffle loves you. So, where's the assets? Sniffle expertise. Just say scavenging because yeah, he can sniffing, sniffing. Uh, when you clash battle alongside your companion, when you place danger or attack by standing together, add +1. Oh, just there. Okay, so that I get to roll them at people, and it would just sniffle, sniffle, headbutt. Oh my god, Alpha is an asshole. Okay, so these are the others that we can do. Alchemist, Animalkin, Bannersworn, Battle Scarred. Actually, let's switch to the others so we can see the assets, what they're for. Okay, so we have a companion, so we don't need that. Let's choose let's choose the path. Because there are also other types of assets. There's paths and combat talent. So if you like, we can choose one path and we can choose one combat talent. Hmm. Let's check the oracle and see if you can get to. Okay, let's just flip a coin. Heads, heads would be path. Tails would be combat talent. Okay, so let me just. I'll flip. I have I have I have a I have a dice here. Okay, let's flip a coin. Heads would be. No, there is a coin here. This is a flip. This is a coin. Okay, so that's heads, right? That is heads. Oh, no, that is tails. I think this is tails. Yeah, this is tails. This is tails. So we will pick a combat talent. Combat talent. So we have archer, berserker, brawler, cutthroat, duelist, fletcher, ironclad, long arm, shield bearer, skirmisher, slinger, sunderer, swordmaster, thunderbringer. So again, we okay. Let's see what it is. When you face danger, if you wield a mighty hammer, so this what it means is if you are wielding a mighty hammer, this only works if you have a hammer, which is something that may or may not be already in your possession. Uh, we will determine that later, but this only works if you have a hammer. When you face danger, secure an advantage or compel by hitting or breaking an inanimate object, add +1 and take +1 momentum. So, so if you're hitting or breaking an inanimate object, you have a bonus. Whenever you face danger, you want to secure an advantage or you want to compel. Compel is basically like trying to like demand something from somebody. If you break an inanimate object, you can add +1. This is the first skill that you would have. Because for combat talent, you already take the first skill automatically. Cutthroat, if you wield a dagger or a knife, when you are in a position to strike at an unsuspecting foe, choose one. You can either +2 or take +1 momentum on a hit. By the way, momentum, how it works is you have a set amount of momentum that resets every time. Um, you can choose the burn momentum, so you can re-roll one challenge dice. So you can basically control the success or failure of something in a sense by burning momentum. And the more momentum that you have, the more chances that you can like have something in your favor by controlling the success or failure rate. Or maybe sometimes you rolled something and hey you did a weak hit or a just a weak success. You can choose to burn momentum to reroll one of the dice so that it will be a critical hit or a critical success, basically. And momentum does that. It's basically your inspiration, but it's more dynamic. So if you are in a position to strike, whenever you strike an unsuspecting foe, you can either have +2 to your bonus and take +1 momentum if they hit, or inflict 2 harm on a hit. So you can either make it hit or hit harder. So that's cutthroat. What's the what slinger? So when you wield a sling, when launched from a sling, a simple stone inflicts deadly harm. Wow, David on Goliath shit. When you enter the fray by barraging your foe with sling bullets, inflict harm on a strong hit. So when you enter the fray, you're basically entering the battle. You're starting battle yourself. Um, you're entering an ongoing battle. You can barrage sling bullets, and it will harm in a strong hit. It will damage on a strong hit because, from what I know, slings doesn't hit with harm at first. This one, it would be deadly harm. You can inflict deadly harm on a sling, so that's a slinger. Um, yeah, cutthroat is dagger, dagger. Yeah, Aladdin shit. So we'll add cutthroat here. And we're gonna roll again, or we're gonna flip the coin again. gonna flip a coin again and see if you're gonna be getting another combat talent or a pass. So let me just pull it out again. So again, tails. Uh, yeah, tails is like combat talent, right? Combat talent again. Choose another one. Brawler. When you secure an advantage plus iron by engaging in close combat brawling, such as punching, tripping, or grappling, add +1. If you score a hit, you may also inflict 1 harm. So besides really hitting, this is only if you are unarmed or fighting with a non-deadly weapon. You can inflict 1 harm automatically when you score a hit. It doesn't matter if you roll a critical hit or a critical success or just a weak success, because whenever you secure an advantage, if you're hurting somebody, you only really do harm if you roll a critical success. On a weak success, you don't do that, but you secure an advantage on the next phase. So this one, it automatically harms them without without doing a critical success. You automatically just hit them, and you get +1 on your roll, on your action roll. Duelist. If you wield a bladed weapon in each hand, so each hand means 2. Ooh. When you strike or clash, you may add +2 bonus. If you do, decided to before rolling, inflict +1 harm on a strong hit and count a weak hit as a miss. So critical success, you +1 harm on top of the harm that you already did with the strong hit. Yeah, double damage, basically. And count a weak hit as a miss. You will miss though on just a weak success. I would imagine he would have a sword and a dagger. And he would like interchanging. Okay, right. Just add this. Duelist. Uh where's Duelist? Here we go. Okay, so just give you a super quick overview of how action rolls work. Okay, action roll. When you do an action roll, well, in D&D we usually roll a d20, and then the DM would determine the DC, and we add the bonuses. Blah blah blah. All right. Now in Ironsworn, what you need to do is to roll a 1d6, which is your action dice, and you would add your stat bonus, which is your edge, iron heart, blah blah blah, and your bonuses if you have some from your assets or your abilities, and that will be your action score. So the next thing you need to do is to roll a 2d10, which is your challenge dice. This would determine if you succeed or fail. So basically, when you roll your action score higher than both of the challenge dice, that means a strong hit, which is a critical success. So that means depending on the move that you were doing, let's take for example, let's do strike. And you're striking somebody. Yeah, really high. Yeah, I did the turn. Oh god. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, you do roll a 6 on a challenge on an action die, but your challenge dice is high too. Yeah. So yeah, that is interesting because the challenge dice would
That's a
also determine. So basically, okay, so this is what happens usually. Let's say that you're attacking somebody. You're about to attack somebody. So you roll it. You use a strike move. So
uh-huh.
basically, when you have initiative and attacking close waters, you have to roll your action dice using your iron stat. So Alfar's iron stat is what's his stat? Alfar's iron stat is 1. So your action dice plus 1 plus your bonuses. So let's see. Let's just say that he's wielding a dagger.
Mm.
So we would add plus 2. So that will be plus 1 plus 2 for the bonuses. And let's just say that he rolled a 3. So that'll be your action dice action roll. So that's 3
Mm.
plus 2 plus 1, right?
Mm. Well, I'm
So
gonna
that'll be
roll 2d8
6.
myself. I'm gonna roll 2d8 myself. So let's see. Let's see how fucked I am. Just to prove.
I will
Oh
roll
my
2.
fucking god! It's a 7 and an 8.
7 and an 8. So
You see
yeah,
what I
he
mean?
fails.
You
He
see what
fails.
I fucking?
That is a miss. So looking at the move itself, it said on a miss, your attack fails and you must pay the price. Your foe has initiative. So let's look at the pay the price move. So when you suffer an
There's my.
outcome from a move, choose one. You either make the obvious negative outcome happen. So let's just
Apparently they can't hear me.
hmm?
Your chat saying they can't hear us.
Oh,
Like Heart can't hear me. Hello Nikolai.
we can't hear
Hello
Titus.
favorite French boy.
I think I think it's okay now. Can you check? Blah 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 blah
Beep
blah.
beep boop boop beep beep beep
Pee
beep
pee poo
beep beep
poo.
beep beep beep
Is it okay
beep
now,
boop boop
Nikolai?
beep.
Is it okay now?
I can hear now.
Okay. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. No, I don't know what happened. But anyway, yeah. So it says here on you must pay the price. So we would choose from these three outcomes. So make the most obvious negative outcome happen. So let's say you're swinging downward on somebody. Maybe they parried it on the side. They parried your dagger on the side, on the left of
Mm.
them. Uh, and envision two negative outcomes. One is likely and ask the oracle. So we will determine two outcomes that are negative. Maybe they parried it on the side, or maybe they blocked it and then slashed you. So we will need to determine what will happen on either of the two outcomes. Roll on the following table. If you have difficulty interpreting the results to fit the current situation, roll again. So we can roll for pay the price. Something of value is lost or destroyed. Your dagger is destroyed. Your dagger just got broken upon your foe flashing down. Upon your foe blocking the slash. That's how it works.
All right.
That's
But
how the
yes,
action rolls work.
again,
Hmm?
this is the bane of my existence right
Yeah,
now because I roll really high.
yeah. That
In
is
fact, last D&D game I played, I critted like 6 times in one round, and one of them was I was rolling to hit and I crit, but then I crit on top of that crit, so I triple damage.
yeah. Yeah, this one this is you're at the mercy of the challenge dice
Mm.
basically.
So I'm at the mercy of my own luck, and my
Yeah.
luck is amazing. Oh god, my luck is
That's
amazing.
why that's why that's why this is fun because you don't even know what will happen. Even if you're lucky with the dice, that could be your detriment because of the challenge dice. Now, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
I'm lucky with the dice.
You do
That's a
have
problem.
momentum
Mm-hmm.
which you can burn. You have +2 momentum. So, let's say that I need on that 7 or an 8. Oh, I just re-roll one. Hopefully, you can roll a little bit lower than 6. So you burn it.
Mm-hmm.
You have +1 now.
All right.
So roll one.
Let me
Roll
roll.
one of them.
Okay, 3.
3. So that means you are on a weak hit. You are in a weak success. So that means when you strike on a weak hit, inflict harm and lose initiative. So, so basically, you will hit the enemy and they will be harmed, but the turn now will be on the enemy because this is the way that initiative works on this is super dynamic. It changes every time depending on the situation, depending on what will happen, depending on the action roll that you made.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you lose initiative, sometimes you retain initiative, sometimes you strike again and strike multiple times if you're really really lucky. Sometimes you just lose initiative and just keep on losing initiative every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, moves can be also be made by enemies, so they can also use the strike move, and they can also lose initiative or just keep on waiting on you. So it's you're at the mercy of the dice most of the time. But yeah, you do have stats that would like give you some sort of an advantage or a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, what's next? Okay, so we did have the assets. We can have the vows now. So vows would be basically your long-term goals and your short-term goals, because each vow, once you progress and once you fulfill your
Mm-hmm.
vow, that's the only time that you gain an experience point,
Mm-hmm.
which you can use to advance your character. In experience points, you can use it to either add another asset or to enhance the assets that you have. So, for example, let's say that you have 5 points of 5 experience points. You can use 3 experience points to add a new asset,
Mm-hmm.
or you can enhance one that you already have by spending 2. So let's say that we gain this ability as well, Duelist. Once per fight, you will secure an advantage plus edge by making a bold display of your combat prowess. You may re-roll any dice. So you can roll that even means the Oracle dice, I think. Because it says here any dice. So
Damn.
yeah. So you can
Yeah,
spend
but I want to just go full
experience.
random with the Oracle, so it's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, it's more fun. But that you can that you can solely rely on the Oracle, which I will definitely do once I
Mm-hmm.
start the campaign. I'll just have it be at the mercy of the dice all throughout. Well, most of it at least. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, um, what else? Yeah, the vows. This is how you will get experience points. So basically, what will happen first is we're gonna do a long term vow. This is something that Alphar wanted to have or to achieve or to happen, but it's on a long term basis. Like it may take months, it may take years, it may even take
Mm-hmm.
decades. But this is something that he wanted to have, which is a longer goal. So him being a scavenger though, being him as an artifact hunter, I would say get rich. Get rich. Just get rich.
Yeah, but can we not roll though?
Let's see if I can roll this. Oh yeah, I can roll this.
Then roll it.
Yeah, roll it. Oh no, no, I cannot.
I mean, yeah, these are
Uh,
too vague probably to roll. So
Oracle
you
roller.
know what?
So
Get
okay,
rich just makes. Oh
no, no theme. Okay, let's roll for a theme.
yeah.
Let's roll for a theme. Heroism.
All right. Hmm. Heroism.
Hmm.
I mean, he could be a vain dude
Yeah,
who wants to be
the greatest.
he wants to be remembered as a hero even though he's a treacherous cutthroat.
But that's the thing, though.
He
It doesn't
showboats.
necessarily have to be a hero, heroic hero, but somebody that has a high stature.
Yeah, he
or
just wants to be remembered. He wants to be,
legacy.
he's got a bit of an ego about him. He wants to be remembered as like the greatest treasure hunter of all time.
Yeah, we can go
Right?
with that. We can go with that.
Yeah.
So vows.
And this, oh,
Be
that could work with his thing because he's probably like that treasure that got stolen from him was probably one of the most coveted treasures,
yeah. That
and
could be
it
like
just got
another
stolen from him.
vow that he can make on top
Mm,
of this, because what we're doing right
mm,
now is this is his long term goal. Like this is something
mm,
that would just happen over time, over the course of years.
mm,
You know, be the great. This is the like the holistic type of his goal. So be the
mm,
greatest scavenger around, scavenger in
mm,
existence, scavenger in existence.
mm.
Okay. Now, what's special about vows is we can set the difficulty on this, because this would determine how hard it is. Because every time that you progress to the story, you can choose to fulfill your vow. You can choose to progress your vow, which means you get closer and closer to fulfilling your vow. And when you fulfill your vow, that's the only time that you gain the experience points. So, depending on the rank of difficulty, this would determine how long or how dangerous it will be to actually get this goal. So, I would say epic. This is a long-term goal. He doesn't know what will happen. This might encounter fucking this is something that he is a very he's a very pompous person, but he's realistic as well. So this might be something that could be quite
Mhm.
either extreme or epic. Let's set it an extreme. Be a little bit more
Yeah,
realistic
it's
about
very
it.
extreme. Yeah,
So let's set extreme. A description, we don't have to do that, but just and the description in the name.
yeah.
Um, for Tana, I gave it a little bit more description because it like is story driven. So basically, what will happen is this progress. The way that you take it is through the lines,
Mm-hmm.
and you see that it usually is one
Yeah.
line when it's epic. So that means it will take a long while to complete. You have to have like several progresses
Mm.
to do to fulfill the vow.
Yeah,
So this will be like his end game goal, basically.
yeah.
And once you fulfill your vow, this is basically you're finished the campaign.
Mm.
Once we progress it up to this, now his immediate goal is to find that guy, find the thief,
Find that guy.
find the find that fucker, find that fucker.
Yeah, that fucker. I mean, it's not really a thief. If anything, he's the one stealing right now. He got him first.
Holy
He got there first, fair and
yeah,
square.
that's holy shit.
Yeah.
This would probably be formidable. I would
That's
say
probably.
formidable. It's just on the middle of like he does have his way of doing this,
Mm-hmm.
but he has a lot of things that he doesn't know. So
Mm-hmm.
it might take a while. We're talking about like a month of
Yeah.
of searching. So this could be
Mm-hmm.
formidable.
Another
So
vow. Get rich. Would that be also be about?
hmm?
I mean, get rich. That would also be a vow.
get rich is get rich is could be it could be extreme.
Yeah. But it is just something that he's gonna do over time.
Yeah, it will be do over time, and this would progress every time he gets money.
Mm.
Every time he gets money or something of value that he knows is oh, this is good shit. This would progress.
Mm-hmm.
So the progression is more of like narratively, like if you feel that oh, this vow was with this, we're getting closer to this shit. Like for example, find that fucker that stole the shit. Maybe we had some information that we were able to gather information that of his last whereabouts successfully. We can progress that. That's one progress already. And as you go along, maybe we, for some fucking reason, we saw him in the market. That could be progress. That could be progress. Or somebody saw him moving around in a certain location. That could be a progress as well. So that's how you determine progress. It's more of like if you feel that your vow progressed, you mark it. And when you mark all of it, you fulfill your vow. And now it's a
Mhm.
completed vow. Strong hit. Uh Now, if you fulfill your vow, this is what will happen. If you choose to fulfill your vow, this is what will happen. You would need to still roll, from what I remember. Yeah. When you
Mhm.
achieve what you believe the fulfillment of your vow, roll the challenge dice and compare your progress. Momentum is ignored on this roll. So you cannot use momentum on this. On a strong hit, your quest is complete. Mark experience. So if you completed a formidable vow, you get 3 experience. When you complete extreme, you get 4 experience, epic plus 5. On a weak hit, there is more to be done when you realize the truth of your quests. Envision what you discovered. Then mark experience. You may swear an iron vow to set things right if you do have one. So basically, you will not be able to complete your vow. You will still get the experience, but there might be something else that you needed to do to actually complete it, like another vow or another goal that you wanted to achieve, or another mission that you have to progress, so that you can complete your vow completely. Now, on a miss, your quest is undone. Envision what happens. You recommit, clear all but one failed progress, and raise the quest rank by one, if not already epic. You gave up. Forsake your vow. You basically either you reset with all your progress done undone, or you forsake your vow, which is also another move. Forsake your vow. When you renounce your quest, betray your promise, or the goal is lost to you, clear the vow and induce stress. You will get stress. You suffer negative spirit equal to the rank of your quest. You lose spirit. If your vow was made to a person or a community who you share the bond, test your bond when you next meet. So let's say, for
Thank
example,
God, don't do that. I just want to make. I just want to be rich.
if you forsake your vow and it's related to a person, let's say you took a job and you just
Mhm.
like fuck it, I don't want to do it anymore. You have to test your bond to that NPC or to that person. So when you test your bond is tested through conflict, betrayal, or circumstance. Roll plus heart. So it so you have to determine if you're gonna get, if you still maintain your bond to that person. Should you leave your vow to them, or you maintain the relationship basically. So yeah, there's a lot of things that would happen. should you should you like should you what you call it, should you even like leave your vows, which you do have the option actually. So great time, you're gonna get rich. Find the fucker. Find the fucker that stole.
Didn't you already add that?
No, I it got deleted. Good shit.
Good job.
Troublesome add vow. So this is troublesome. Now, if you, let's say, in the moment, like you're searching for a certain person, um,
Mm.
you can use that. You can do that as like troublesome, just troublesome, or you can
Mm.
even just do that as a quest.
Yeah.
Like quest is not
But right
necessarily a
now, I'm
vow.
assuming we're leaving that blank.
Yeah, you're leaving this blank because this is something that you do currently in the session that you can just like track the progress. But it doesn't like give you any experience points once you complete them. It's just something that you do on the moment.
Mm.
Uh, Inventory, we don't really use it because the way inventory works in Ironsworn is really interesting. So let's just say that you needed something to light up a cave. So you would need a torch for that. You don't
Mm.
necessarily add a torch to your inventory. You just assume that you have a torch. But what you would do is if the move asks you to remove a supply, there is a tracker right here for supply. It removes a supply. So you have +4 supply now. Now there are moves where
Right, so
you can
it's kind of
replenish that,
more into it.
like
Mm.
scavenge or whatnot. It would give you 5 supply. It would give you +1 supply on a success. Blah blah blah. So yeah.
Mm.
So items is something that it is your choice if you wanted to keep track on of certain items.
Mm.
Otherwise, you just assume that you have one, and that
Yeah.
goes to mostly mundane items like adventuring gear and whatnot. Like food supplies, ammunition. That's something that you can just track on your supply track. So we don't really need to have any items here, for now at least. This is something that I also left blank because I'm gonna be doing it on session 1 because I'm gonna be starting Tana on her house.
Mm.
Like letting her grandfather know that she will be off to find the white fang because that's one of her goals.
Uh, from Ruby?
It's basically a sword. Uh,
Oh, you've never seen Ruby, right?
Ruby, the 3D
Or,
anime.
yeah, the one that had the animation budget of $7.
Oh, ever since Monty passed away, I never watched Ruby because Ruby.
But you know who the White Fang is, there.
Yeah, I know the white fang. Yeah, but
And we all
one of
agree
her
that
vows here. Yeah.
Ruby went down the moment Torchwick died.
Oh yeah,
Torchwick
definitely,
was carrying so bad.
definitely. As I
Torchwick
said,
was the
ever
best.
since Monty died, I stopped watching Ruby because it's not
Mm.
Ruby anymore for me. You know.
It
Uh
got bad. It turned it from it one of my favorite quotes to describe the show was it went from amateurish but a sincere attempt to combat not combat but compete with shonen to
yeah,
a young adult melodrama.
yeah. Like they're inserting so much. Like if you're gonna be shonen, just go full shonen, man. And it's not even seinen. It's not even seinen. It's like Western drama. That's it.
Mm.
They're trying to be seinen, but they're going Western drama. They're showing Western drama. They're not going
It's a
seinen.
melodrama.
Yeah, it's a melodrama. You know.
I mean, one of the fucking most recent episodes apparently got one of the characters going to their leader, but like, you're putting yourself in danger. Don't you care about the future? Like, motherfucker, you're hunters.
God,
That's the job.
high school drama, like love angles.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't really mind them, but I mean, you know what Monty Om is going for. He's going for a full shonen, full ass
yeah,
shonen.
yeah.
So on. But yeah, anyway, yeah, one of her vows is find the white fang, which I set to dangerous because she doesn't know where it is, and there might be like some creepy ass dungeon that she has to delve to get the white fang. Um, and I set it to dangerous. So this is her finding a sword that is said to be the heirloom of their family, their magnum opus as blacksmiths, that was gone for centuries now. This is also her one of her goals: complete the trials and receive her keth. Because from what I've read about the Varu in the book, they have this ritual, a coming of age ritual that you will go through a trial, and if you complete it, you will be given a dagger, which is called a keth. And I added this as one of her vows. It's formidable. Uh, but yeah, for for Alphar here, it is something that we can work on along the way because again, once you go through the story, go through the session. You can add and even delete vows as needed in the heat of the moment, and in the middle of the story. You can just have new vows that you would swore, because in Ironsworn, the Ironlands, you swore to an iron. The way that you swore to an iron is you like swore to your blade, swore to your sword, that you will fulfill that vow like iron, and that vow would be strong as iron. That's why it's called Ironsworn. So those are the vows, and I think we're pretty much done. We're pretty much
Told
done.
you I can speedrun this shit.
Yeah,
It was like 30 minutes.
30 minutes, pretty much done.
I know, I'm amazing. See?
Amazing, and maybe I'll find somebody that Anna would meet on her quest.
I mean, he threw sniffle at her the one time,
Yeah,
and then he left. Didn't say anything else.
yeah. Her ass. Hmm? Who?
Sniffles.
Oh,
J-
Sniffles.
Yeah, I just threw sniffles at her and then left. Done.
Oh god. She has her companion as well. Where's her asset?
He
She has a hawk.
he,
She has a hawk
he
named
walks.
Draco.
She's got a hawk. Is there
Hawk Tua. Yeah,
two of them?
her hawk
Is there two of them?
Tua. Maybe
She's
he will
got a
get
hawk and
another
two of them.
one. Maybe she will get another one. Name her Tua. Name it
Uh,
Tua. Yeah, she has Fortune
uh,
Hunter and Loyalist. Fortune Hunter because she is a trader as well.
uh,
She trades
mm,
weapons because she is a blacksmith. So she like sells and trades weapons. And she's a loyalist because of her personality basically. She's shy and timid and anxious, but she's loyal. So I added her this. And she has a hawk named Draco. This is something that I rolled as well. And I gave it a vigilant. When you face danger, plus wits to detect an approaching threat, or when you enter the fray, plus wits against an ambush, add +2. So I can like order Draco to scan the sky, as to scan the ground for any threats, so that I can gain this bonus, the plus wits, the +2 whenever I wanted to use face danger or enter the fray as a move. So I gain a +2 bonus. But here's the thing: my companion can also die because it has a score right here. So yeah, that's her assets. What's her stats? Her stats is right here: 2 edge, 2 art, 1 iron, 1 shadow, 3 wits. So her wits is her highest score because she's knowledgeable. She's a nerd basically. She's more of her nerdy side, so that's why I made her highest stat wits. But yeah, around Wednesday or Thursday, I'm gonna do the first session for Ironsworn.
all right.
And this is something that I'm not gonna be doing myself. If you guys wanted to jump in and play with me, or think things with me, because again, I will be using mostly the Oracle roller to determine shit. Like let's say for example, she's gonna be finding an NPC. I'm just gonna random roll and determine. Yeah, I came across Vuke, Vuke, and their goal is collect unique art, and they are a merchant, and they are untrustworthy, currently desperate. Particular equipment of trade, craft, or occupation. A loss of influence involving a despised NPC. A loss of influence involving a despised NPC. So, they probably lost a position as a merchant, or a member of a merchant's guild, and they despise that NPC. despise that other individual. And they're untrustworthy. You're not really sure if they're speaking the truth, but they are desperate to to gain that position again.
Mm.
So basically it's that, and I can add that NPC in here, and I can add details about them, what we came up, just like what we did with Sniffle. If you wanted like
Mm.
you just roll a random NPC, that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm just gonna be rolling a random NPCs, rolling random locations, rolling random situations, using the oracles. Uh, let's say let's say combat actions. Let's say I'm facing somebody and I'm gonna be rolling what they will do on their initiative.
Mm.
Shift focus on someone or something else. So while they're about to fight me. Maybe there's the distraction going on the other side, and they would like, oh, what's happening there? Maybe they shifted their focus on the other side, and I can use that to my advantage. I can even roll for a plot twist here. Innocent lives are now in danger due to your actions. There are moves that would instruct you to roll a plot twist should you fail, and
Mm.
you have to you have to like determine with the oracle what oracle the oracle gives you. You have to determine what will happen in the story. That would make
Mm.
sense. So there's a lot of like oracle tables here that you can use, and that's what's fun about Ironsworn. Even if you don't have a GM or a DM, you can just make shit on the fly using the things that the oracle gives you or whatever makes sense on the story, and you determine whether it succeeds or fails and what will happen. Should you succeed or should you fail? You know. So
Mm.
that's why I'm kind of excited to actually play this on session one. I tried this on myself with myself, but it didn't really work as I intended. And they released this companion app here recently, so I'm happy that they released this because everything that you need is in here. And what's good about Ironsworn, it's completely free. The only thing that you have to pay for is if you wanted a printed copy of the book. Otherwise, it's free. Everything is for
Mm.
free. So the creator Sean Tompkin is very very generous that he just gives this out for free. If you and the you can just buy the printed book if you like, and he has a supplement Ironsworn Delve that is also paid, but the rules he's about to actually release it for free. I think in the next coming months. And there's a space version of this Starforge. There's a space
Ooh.
version of this with a space variant. The oracles are like space themed and whatnot, which I also wanted to roll. I actually also wanted to play because I wanted to do like bounty hunter shit, like
Mm.
space trucker shit, or a mercenary, in space. And I haven't really played like in a space themed campaign. It's all about fantasy. That's why I also wanted to like maybe run a cyberpunk campaign in the future, next
Mm.
year. You know.
I actually have a Cyberpunk compatible version of my VTuber,
Oh,
and
yeah,
he's
Titus
actually
is
gonna love this.
yeah. Titus is.
He's like, I have this really unique thing for him where he's gonna have a motorcycle, right? And you know how Dante's motorcycle can like split in two with and like have like fucking blade wheels.
Yeah.
His doesn't split in two, but it can open up and then turn into the SMC gun shield,
Mhm.
but obviously bigger because it's inside the motorcycle,
Mhm.
and the fucking handle, where you go boom boom. That you can pull that out, turns into a fucking shotgun,
Yeah.
but it can spread out even more and turn into a fucking glider like fucking Green Goblin. It's got three modes basically. And the thing is, I doubt any DM will allow that bullshit.
Cyberpunk, it's a kind of has a little bit more leeway.
Mm.
It kind of has it. You know?
I feel like because like at the end of the day, if I'm gonna have a motorcycle, I'm gonna have a shotgun and a shield. I'm gonna have a glider. I can have those individually in Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah.
Why not just put them all in one item? Mechanically, they will act the same, right? Mechanically, they will act the same. It's just it's cooler when flavored this way. So then, come on, come on.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the also the good thing about cyberpunk setting. It does have a
Mhm.
little bit more leeway in terms of like the things that you wanted for your character to
Mhm.
add, like cybernetic parts, chromed out, like abilities and whatnot. That's why I'm also interested on running cyberpunk or even playing cyberpunk.
Mhm.
I actually wanted to play cyberpunk. I don't want to run it. I wanted to play it. So if there's
Mhm.
anybody
I
that
also
can
got this
run,
thing that I thought of with Diane, where because you know cyber psychos, right? When
yeah.
you implement too much things in your body, you can go cyber psycho. But a lot of people don't realize it can be cured. I like to imagine my character doesn't actually have any cybernetics in him anymore. So everything's like outside. You know, he's got full body armor and like a helmet and a
Mhm.
wrist. You know, so he doesn't have anything inside him because the last time he had a bunch of things inside
I mean,
him, he
literally
went
be
cyber psycho.
you can
Yeah.
literally be Adam Smasher.
No, I
Just
don't. No, I don't want to be. I'm trying to be reversed. I don't have any
oh
cyber parts.
you don't have you don't have any chrome at all.
I have external stuff. So like out
Maybe
an
just
exoskeleton.
maybe just ocular, because you need it.
It's nothing that's outside, nothing inside. Basically, I'm wearing like yeah, I'm wearing basically like an Iron Man suit with like a helmet, and all of my stuff is
Mm.
within the suit, but none of it
Oh,
is inside the body itself.
so you
It's
have
it
like
is in a way more outdated.
yeah, you just have an exoskeleton of some sort, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
That
But
is
the
your
best part
chrome.
about that, yeah, the way I'm gonna flavor that is because last time I went, I had a bunch of stuff on me. Like these are all stuff that I used to have in me.
Mm.
I went cyber psycho, and they had to rip it all out.
Oh.
But there's this one person that I trust in the world because they are all none of the cybernetics right now
Mm.
are on their full potential because they're all exo stuff, right? None of them are fully implemented.
Mm.
I'm thinking Diane's character because I wrote this with Diane. Diane's character will have a kill switch that if we have to absolutely do it, you can press it and all the cybernetics will just snap back into place.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it's gonna make me so much more deadly in combat. But now, all of those cybernetics in one go, I'm definitely going to cyber psycho again.
Yeah, so
Mm.
basically yeah, it's an exosuit to circumvent the cyber
Mm.
psychosis thing.
Yeah,
That's basically your
that can
chrome.
have yeah, and it will basically have a kill switch on it in case we have to.
Yeah, that could be good. And you're also probably advocating, why chromed out? Just use an exoskeleton. I mean, it's old fashioned, but it
It's not
works. It doesn't
okay.
make you. It doesn't make
It,
you.
the thing is the way I'll also explain is that yeah, it's outdated, but like
It works.
if you get hacked, I can just take it off. If you hack me, I'll just take it off.
Yeah, won't affect me.
It's literally like you can't cyber bully me. I'll turn off my PC. Fuck you.
And probably he still uses like a hand phone
Mm.
instead of like cyber augmented, like
No,
ocular
he's got a
augments.
wrist. You
Yeah,
seen Wildcrats?
he still has the
He's got
old
a wrist
fashioned.
panel.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, like wrist panels and shit.
wrist panels.
He's also got the thing
Oh,
with Red Skull where yeah, a wrist panel and then like the obviously the helmet stuff,
yeah,
the helmet HUD.
old Netrunner shit,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Yeah, you still
Well,
have it.
old, but it's more like modern stuff refurbished to be exo rather than internal chrome. You know. Then obviously the motorcycle.
Basically, yeah, he's
I,
not
I
chromed up.
Yeah, he used to be, but they had to rip it all out.
I would imagine him as a solo.
Yeah, he would be.
Yeah, he would be a
Again, this is
solo.
tired as we're doing.
Like life path wise, solo or a nomad, maybe.
Mm,
But I'm
yeah, like a
seeing him more
solo.
solo.
Yeah, a solo because all the money is his. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I ain't sharing shit.
Solo is like the mercenary doing mercenary work, basically a mercenary.
Mm, yeah.
That's a solo.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a solo. Gonna be
Mm.
just taking jobs here and there from fixers and shit,
I even have
making
this thing
credits.
where he will even be, just to get jobs easier. Every time he finishes a hit, he leaves like a red calling card with like "How's my slaying" written on it, and then his fucking contact number. He leaves a business card everywhere.
Blasting gonks
So
since
that was
19 blasting gonks since 2000.
yeah.
The gonkinator.
Yeah.
Gonkinator.
Mm.
Gonkbuster 3000. Gonkfucker 3000.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I wanted to actually I want to play Cyberpunk, especially Cyberpunk Red. Red is like the fifth edition of Cyberpunk. It's easier to run. Uh, Basically, I just wanted like a Cyberpunk setting, just a change of like things, because I would imagine if I'm gonna be DMing like a more modernized setting, the way that I would DM, the way that I would like roleplay and describe things would be different. I'll be a little bit more casual than being, you know, creative, being more story writer like, because I'm just
Mm.
gonna be doing. Oh, you see, like the one in the fucking alley. There's two alleys there, and you're seeing that person, and they're pointing guns at you.
Mm.
So I wanted to try out DMing a more modernized setting like Cyberpunk, because I feel
Mm.
like the way that I would describe things, the way that I would like even educate things even, would be different than if I'm gonna be if I'm running a fantasy setting, which requires me to be a little bit more theatrical, a little bit more descriptive in terms of old shit. So that's why I really wanted to try it. Hopefully, maybe next year. Hopefully, if I have more time. Well, I will have more time next year. Actually, that's why
You
I'm now
better. I need
starting
to
it.
pimp you out. I'm gonna pimp you out.
Pimp me out all you wanted.
See, this whore likes it.
Yeah, in terms of like other campaigns, I will probably run them on stream. Um, Maybe around January or February, I'm gonna set up another campaign, but it will be like a one shot for the stream, just to test things out. It's more of like I'm testing my setup, set up the overlays and whatnot, because I also need to have the overlays fixed. I wanted to have like a specific overlay for D&D and other things. I want to have like the talking heads on the side, the maps and whatnot, which is something that I'm still struggling because of tableplop. Um, that's why I'm waiting for my second monitor. I will definitely buy a second monitor, because tableplop doesn't work on on one monitor. And the thing is, I don't want to show my end of my DM screen, the
Mm.
DM version of the tableplop screen. But that's the
There's gotta
only.
be a way.
Hmm?
There's gotta be a way, right?
Yeah, there is a way, but it requires me to have two screens. Because what's happening is, whenever I pull up like the public view version of the table or the map, it only updates whenever I put it on view. It only moves around tokens or updates shit whenever it's on view on my screen. So that's why I needed a second monitor to have it constantly on view so that it would constantly update. Now the thing is, we already suggested this on the Discord for tabletop, but it's still being worked on. But that's one of the things that I wanted to do, is to figure out how it would work on tabletop. The whole capturing thing. Now another option is one of you, if you let me capture your screen, one of you would do that. Would be one of you.
No, you're not gonna look at my you're not gonna fucking see my screen as I look through fucking porn while we're playing D&D. No, thank you.
Well, wouldn't that be more exciting? You're gonna do a rotation, and it's your day. Hey, it's your week, man. Show your screen. Close those tabs, man. Erase your fucking quick
my
autofill.
What is almost say quick scope? My quick scope to Pornhub. Yes.
Quick scope to Pornhub. That's what you call the autofill.
The autofill. The quick scope. That
Yeah.
it's been on my fucking it's been on my fucking
If you,
sidebar type
if
shit.
you type P, it's already Pornhub. You type P, Pornhub. If you type X videos, it doesn't even look
Yeah,
like
that doesn't even. You press H, you try to save to put HTTPS. Now it's just fucking Henna Haven.
even. With N.
No, but no.
You're trying to go to NBI.
No.
You put N. Oh, hentai.
Rural Bank of the Philippines lumabas Rule 34.
R. Rural Bank of the Philippines. And then it shows Rule 44. Completed. Hey, I know what you wanted to do. Here you go.
Yeah, that's where you're gonna spend your money anyway. Fuck off. But no, that doesn't happen. I use incognito mode. I'm not a peasant.
Yeah. Gotta cover your tracks, man. Gotta cover your shit. So yeah, next year, probably around January, February, most likely February, start February, I'm gonna be running stream games, just one shots here and there. Maybe I'll do like Lost Mines of Pandelver and shit, just to test it out. Nothing too complicated, nothing too fancy. But I'm gonna be doing this solo one this week, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday my time, our time. And I wanted this to be like a little bit more edited, an edited version of this. I'm thinking of doing an edited version of this as, going to the adventure. And it has all of these like journals and shit. And again, if you wanted to join, you can go ahead and join me. But this will be something that will be at most likely at random days. I'm trying to see if I can put it on a specific day. But for now, I'm just eyeing it out. Just eyeing it out. Just playing it by ear.
And I will have to dip though.
Yeah.
Told you I'm best. You told you I'm the best. I did what you took 4 hours to do in 30 minutes.
I had to do a lot of things.
I am a god.
No, I had to do a lot of things on top of that. I had to like read the rules and do this word roots shit. That's basically the setting.
I am a best. Shut up. I am the god. I am a god. My dick isn't that big.
No, get out
No
of here.
big people
Just scram.
My
Just scram.
dick is
I'm about to end. I'm about to end.
Go find someone to rage each other. See
ya. Bye bye.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do my outro because you fellas are lucky because you got to see me. Mwah.
Yeah. And there you go. There is Titus. So yeah. Anyway, we are actually supposed to end like 2 hours ago, but we extended just a tiny bit. Just give me one moment here. Let me just make sure that this is going. So anyway, there you go. We got our first character. Well, 2 characters technically for Ironsworn. And for the first session, I'm gonna be doing it around Wednesday or Thursday this week on my time. So it might be Tuesday or Wednesday for you guys. Um, so we're gonna be doing that. I'm gonna let you know on Twitter, of course, when I'm gonna be streaming. If you'd like, you can also click on the follow button down below, so you'll be notified whenever I'm streaming. I also have a Discord channel where I post shit and stuff on there, especially before I stream. There are many, many ways that you can be notified whenever I stream, and if that is, if you are looking forward to the solo RPG sessions. Ironsworn with Clan of Blaze Forge. Anyway, again, thank you so much for those who visited. Titus, thank you so much for dropping by. Thank you for those who chatted, for those who followed, even lurked, or even passed by. That's perfectly fine as well. Now, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow or on Tuesday, and we're gonna be playing more Final Fantasy VI. Be playing more of that. Wednesday or Thursday, we're gonna be doing the solo tabletop role playing game sessions, and Friday we're gonna be doing GTA RP. Right? So, anyway, until then, thank you so much, and as always, brave on. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.